once we hit 200, we are giving away a Tundra. So pretty cool stuff. And again, just another shout out to All Star Sports and Games. You can check them out. They're a store in technically Wyoming, Michigan, but basically Grand Rapids. It's a city right outside. It's right near Kentwood as well. But anyway, Monday they got Commander going from 6 to midnight. Tuesday they got Pioneer going from about 6 to 10. I'll be going to that tonight. Should be fun. Got some new faces coming out. I'm pretty excited for it. Thursday, we've got Modern from 6 to probably about the same time. I would guess 10. And then Friday, we've got draft starting at 8, and then Commander goes from 6 to 2 a.m. So pretty cool stuff going on at All-Star Sports and Games. All right, let's get over to our event here. It starts in 10 seconds. So we are ready to rock and roll with more green-white virtue. I'm excited to see how it goes. Match has started. Opponent might be on Rack Sack. We'll see. I don't know how our Rack Sack matchup will be. They did not reveal Gigantha, so maybe that's not the case. I'm going to keep my hand either way. Okay, Phoenix. Well, I'm happy I put those rest in pieces in the sideboard. What's up, Gavin? Good morning, dude. How are you? Let's play an elf. Dromcom, not crazy exciting here. Could be good, but... Alright, well... We saw yesterday how critical wedding announcement is. I think I'm just going to try and jam an announcement here. I'm a little worried they have a counter. Just try to jam the Huntsman's Redemption. This one's also a good one to resolve, but it's a lot less important than a wedding. But the earlier you get the wedding down, the better. I think I'm just going to try and play the wedding. I'm going to play this on white as well, but wedding announcement. Please don't have a Spell Pierce. They did not. Oh, they did. Never mind. Oh, that's disgusting. That was always going to kind of be a rough turn for me. Well, that's pretty good. Go. Toski might be a really good bullet here. Yep, pieces, makes sense. Archon could be a good one too. Could play the backside of Raidane, but I think it's time for a Huntsman's Redemption. And we'll attack. Go out opponent. They have no Phoenixes yet, which is pretty nice. Okay. Wow, still no Phoenixes. I assume they're going to Lightning Axe and try to Phoenix me here, which will then get blown out by this Dromcom, which is nice. Okay, they choose Impulse. They're probably going to use it now, so they don't have to move to as much of a cleanup, unless... Yeah. Say unless they're... Alright, Dromcom. Counter. And prevent all damage, I guess. I think I still want to put the counter here. I'd say so. I assume a bird is going in that yard. Wow, they have seen 0 Phoenixes in 27 cards. That is unbelievable. I'm gonna go get a Toski. I'm gonna float mana and sack the elf, I think. I guess elves, though, are just better than humans. Maybe I just sack a human off. Yeah, I'm just gonna sack a human, go get a Toski, play Toski, attack them for 4. Well, attack them with 4 creatures, draw 4 cards, and then hit them for 7, and then this'll Anthem. Yeah, I mean, that seems very good for me. Could leave up Dromcom again, but I just don't think I need to. Well, Toski is going to be sick here. This is very much the kind of board where I want a Toski. Guess I'll play this on green. Play a Toski. Attack all. Hit you for 7. Draw 4, and then draw another off the announcement, so I'll go to 7 cards. You gotta love it when the green-white deck is keeping up with Phoenix in the card department. Yeah, sure. Maybe a double trespass here. It's got to be what they're doing, but that's fine. This is not a very good trespass. All right, so they get 2 turns. I mean, this is definitely a way they can come back, but... Okay. But this is why Phoenix is so good, is like... Looked like they were in such a bad spot, and honestly, like, now I feel like I am in a lot of danger. I'm getting really fortunate. They just keep missing Phoenixes, but eventually they're gonna hit them. Sure, so they get a bird back here, free attack. And then they get 1 more extra turn. Okay, 1 more free turn for them. Yep. I still feel pretty good. Because, again, I mean, they've seen 1 bird in 38 cards. I cannot believe it, to be honest. Okay. Still, they have seen 1 bird in 43 cards. This is unbelievable. This reminds me of a game I was testing last week with my testing group for the RC, and I was playing Phoenix, and I had a very similar game. It's so frustrating when you just hit, like, no birds in this many cards. It's so unbelievable. Unbelievably lucky for me. This is not the Phoenix deck at full functionality, I'll tell you what. But the thing is, I mean, they could still just steal the game easily. They could, like, Lightning Axe my Beast token. Thing is, double Dromcom is going to be tough for them to beat, though. Like, being able to give 2 things trample and then Dromcom both of them is going to be a problem for my opponent. If they had double Lightning Axe here, I don't even know if double Lightning Axe pitch 2 birds is good enough in this spot, which is kind of nuts. It would appear they are on the very threat light version, probably with 1 thing in the ice in the main. Okay, clean up. Alright, draw. Well, this is pretty easy. Target Beast token, because if they try to Lightning Axe, I have 2 Dromoka's commands. They actually just can't beat the Beast, I don't think. I'll Dromcom. Prevent that damage and put a counter. And then if they try to do it again, I've got another Dromcom to just blow them out again. Pretty surprised they let me untap, to be honest, but now I'll just fight the Phoenix, I guess. I mean, it just totally doesn't matter, but this one. All right, well, let's kill my opponent now. All right, and yeah, we would be drawing 5 more cards, but our opponent is dead, so. Toski putting in work, the little squirrel. The little squirrel that could. Really, it was my opponent's deck not functioning, but we'll act like it was Toski. Their mana was bad. They couldn't hit Phoenixes. I mean, that is about as unlucky as somebody's going to get in a game of Magic, honestly. That was pretty ridiculous. And now we get to bring in all our good cards. We get 4 Archons, multiple Rest in Peace. Probably want a couple portable holes. They are going to bring in more Thing in the Ice. I think they have 2 Thing in the Ice post board if they're on the... God, why am I forgetting the name of the team? They'll list the top 8 of the showcase. I guess we'll say that for now. They want 2 of these. Alright, what do we not want? What do we not want? I was cutting Virtues yesterday. I do think that is correct here. Then is it just trimming Elves? It might just be trimming Elves. Oh, Radane's horrible. Let's get the Radane out of here. And then it's probably 2 Elves, I think. Elfing in an announcement is really good, but I guess the question is, do I want Portable Hole? That's the question, because I could just not have Portable Hole. But then I'm just relying on Dromoka's command. That seems really loose to me. I think it's shape 2 elves and call it a day. There's also a world where the Toski is not necessary, but I think Toski's like kind of real here. I feel like Dromoka's command's a pretty important card to blow out Brotherhood's End, especially. I'm just gonna trim 2 elves, probably call it a day. I like elves as much as the next guy, but I think in these post-board games, like, I'm not really looking for a turn 1 elf. If I have a turn 1 elf, great, but I'm really looking for, like, powerful cards. So this is so awkward. This hand just needs to draw lands. I mean, the hand is super good. I may mull it, but that is a tilting hand to look at. It's just so much of what I want. There's no... if this hand, like... if Ooze was Rest in Peace, I would snap this hand off. But because this hand just has to draw so many lands, I may mull. I don't know. This is a type of hand that's really hard for them to beat if they don't have Spell Pierce and stuff. If we draw 2 lands, we are on the draw. We do have an answer to Thing in the Ice. We have a pretty annoying card for them, which will get anthemed up by the announcements. This hand is super close. It really is. I think I'm supposed to ship it, though. Oh, I don't know. I'm probably gonna ship. It's really annoying. I like that hand so much, but it's just a little short. All right, well, we are gonna keep this one. Just gonna get rid of this, I guess. A little awkward here. We don't really have a play until turn 3. Definitely a downside of cutting elves, but here we are. I mean, they probably have an answer to elf anyway, so... sure. What's up, Bubble Tea? How you doing, man? How are you doing? Not great draws from me here. It was a better land than some other land, I guess. Having utility on our land is nice, but not having a play in the first 2 turns of the game is somewhat sus. Yep. Now they take that pieces, I assume. They did take pieces. They do cast pieces. Would love a Rest in Peace. That'd be pretty nice. Okay, Brotherhood's End. One of the cards they hit there. They took fire. Okay. Dromcom ain't terrible. I suppose I just play the Huntsman's Redemption, although that's a pretty awkward one here, because then I don't get Chapter 2. This kind of sucks. I don't really have a good play. Guess I'll just play an Archon. Then you just impulse it and then keep going. Just force them to impulse, I suppose. Whatever, let's just play this. I do not like the Huntsman's Redemption at all on this turn. I don't even like showing them this very much, but whatever. Maybe they'll be dumb and let me untap and blow them out with Dromoka's command, but probably not. I assume they forgot that entered tapped. Treasure Cruise. Okay. Yep. Yeah, they must have forgot that entered tapped. I mean, it's not going to matter, like, at all. And now they're hitting Phoenixes. I need a rip right now. That is not a rest in peace. Maybe I should have mulliganed again. Maybe this hand just wasn't good enough, not having a play until turn 3. It's kind of awkward. Like, the hope is that when you keep a hand like this, they just don't have actions. They have a bunch of reaction. But they just had a beautiful hand of pick lock. They considered pick lock pieces. Just a perfect hand for me doing nothing. Well, I probably just have to play another Archon, but I know they have Brotherhood's End, so pretty awkward. I guess, just play Huntsman, and then next turn I have Archon plus Stromcom. Maybe that's the way to do this. I guess that's what I'm going to do. This does get Spell Pierced, which is a disaster. Okay. Do they have Crackling Drake in their deck? Okay, that kind of surprises me, but... yeah, that all makes sense. I don't know, the Crackling Drake does make sense. Yeah, I can't really do much here. I feel like I'm in pretty huge trouble. I mean, I can Archon now, at least. Fighting this is just such a awful exchange. Unless I have the Ronus or the Toski, which obviously I do not have at the moment. I wonder if we just go to the next game. I could maybe gather a little more information about what their deck looks like post-board, I guess, but I feel pretty dead. I know they have a Brotherhood's End in hand. I kind of don't even want to keep playing. I don't even want to show them more cards. I think it's kind of a waste. Let's move on. Given that I'm on the play, I might bring these elves back in. Portable, I mean, we did see Thing in the Ice, so I want some of them. I may actually trim on Dromcom. Not certain, though. Boonbringer gets a lot more interesting once I see the Drakes as well. It's still pretty easy for them to beat is the issue, but... that's tough. I feel like I may trim two of these. I don't know, though. It's such a good card against, like, Brotherhood's End specifically. I do think I want more elves, but I have no idea what I'm supposed to cut. Maybe I don't. Problem is, I need plays in the early turns of the game. Portable Hole doesn't really count. Does if they have a Thing in the Ice, I guess, but... whatever. I think it's supposed to look like this, but I'm a little unhappy with how few early plays I have. Yeah, I cannot keep this hand. I'm not keeping 5 lands, 2 3-drops, so we'll mull. Alright, this one is quite good. What What do we get rid of here? Probably the Skyclave Apparition, but that's how I beat... Could be the Huntsman's Redemption, I guess. This is how I beat a Thing in the Ice. I could just get rid of the Sky App and then have the option to tutor it again later. That's probably what I want. I think that's what I'm going to do. Elf, go. Sure. God, that is so awkward. Yeah, this is a good example of this would probably just be better as an elf, but here we are. Kind of wondering if I'm just supposed to play the ooze now or hold it. I probably want to hold it. I'm just going to play Mutavault and pass, I think. Maybe play this on... Problem is I want this on green and or white. I don't even know. I'm just going to do this and pass. Not great draws. I think I'm going to just play this on green. I want all the green mana possible. Double white isn't crazy necessary. God, the Dwari Disruption. Yeah, they're definitely on the showcase build. Looks super awkward. I still don't really want to play this, which is, again, very awkward, but I'm just going to play an elf. I think just pass. Do not want to expose the ooze. Sure. Okay. They chose Treasure Cruise, sure. Makes sense. Yep. Also makes sense. I feel pretty screwed if we don't hit a land here. If we hit a land, we might have a shot, but... been kind of unfortunate. I mean, they didn't really function in game one, but we've mulliganed to 6 twice in both these past games and really have not had a hand that did much. It's just so important to resolve Wedding Announcement against this deck, which is what we did in game one, obviously. And every win against this deck I've had so far in the last 2 days has involved me just putting an announcement into play. Announcement and, like, hate pieces, but we really... I mean, I guess I just play an Arcan. Go. Yep. Yep. God, I'm so dead. It's interesting they brought in the Drakes. Our opponents yesterday didn't bring in Drakes, but it honestly makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this was kind of an embarrassing post-board set here. I'm really worried about this matchup. We're now 1-2 against it, and I feel like I have a lot of tools for it, and we kind of just got completely clapped in these second 2 games here, and we really should have lost game 1 too. So that is not something you like to see. It's not something I like to see, at least. Maybe we just need to commit with maybe we just need to play like 4 rips. It feels, I mean, Phoenix is terrible against a rest in peace resolving, and if you just play 4, but the problem is they do have diminishing returns, obviously. Maybe I should have mulled to 5. I don't know. Arkan does not feel like it's doing what it's supposed to against that deck, so I almost wonder how good that card even is. It's so easy for them to deal with it. It's not like bringing it in out of like blue-white control where they cut all their removal and then get clowned by it. It's just, we're a creature deck, so it's just another random X3 that dies to any of their burn. Horrible mana exchange. The key is you need an Anthem. You need like a Dromoka's Command or an Anthem. Well, that went pretty quickly. Why am I not playing black-white enchantments? We could play black-white enchantments. That could be interesting, I guess. And then we get like Thoughtseize and Fatal Push and stuff. I think what I'm going to try next is a red-white, like red-white deck that plays Fable, Wedding Announcement, Virtue, Wandering Emperor, maybe a couple Gideon Ally. Stuff like that. Chain to the Rocks. Could be a Yorion deck. Probably don't want to be, though. Problem with that deck is I don't think that deck can really beat mono green. Maybe it can, but three matches left. Everybody is in game 3, so it shouldn't take too long. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that was an embarrassing match. That does not make me feel good about the Phoenix matchup at all. Because I don't even think we drew that bad. We didn't draw the cards that mattered in time, which are like Wedding Announcement, Asika's Chariot. But the problem, if they like kill your elf, you can't like, if they counter the Wedding Announcement, I don't know. A lot of things need to go right to beat that deck. Which is not a good place to be. That's one of the most popular decks right now. It's a top 3 deck. That, Rakdos, and Green were the most popular decks at the last RC. So, and that's really not surprising. Those are kind of the 3 decks you would expect to be the most popular decks right now. Phoenix has been having a lot of success. Rakdos is just the deck, the good mid-range deck of the format. And then Mono Green, obviously, is Mono Green. Yeah, we did. Like I said, are you playing this mostly hoping to pair into Rakdos? Well, yeah, I do think this deck wants to play against Rakdos. I was kind of talking about that a lot yesterday with the deck, and then we got paired into Rakdos and probably should have lost, but our opponent made a couple of mistakes. But regardless, on paper you would think this deck has a pretty reasonable Phoenix matchup, but it just has not been playing that way. I don't understand how Phoenix seems to have just gotten so much better because of only Sleight of Hand. Like, it's so weird to me that Sleight of Hand really just seems... I guess Free the Fae was a big gain too, but it just feels like that deck, like, got better, so much better with just Sleight of Hand. But it does really just seem to mean that much to the deck. To add that much level, just add a whole nother level of consistency. But the deck just feels so much more consistent now. They just, like, they almost never don't function. Before Sleight of Hand, like, there were games where, like, you could strand them with things. You could, like, strand them with too many burn spells, but that just doesn't seem to happen anymore. Yeah, instant speed enabler nonetheless. Super good. Non-duressable. Yeah, I don't know. On paper, it seems like this deck should be reasonable into Phoenix, but it has not been playing that way. We have only played 3 matches, and 2 of them were very close. We did win one yesterday. We lost one to Steven Mann, who's like 3rd on the trophy leaderboard. Also just a good player. And then we just got kind of trounced by another very good player. Ryan is certainly a solid opponent. And to be fair, we did, I mean, you could say the match was close because it went 3 games, but I don't call that a close match. I think we got very lucky to win game 1. They found 1 Phoenix and 45 cards. And then games 2 and 3, I just got annihilated. Rest in Peace is just really important against that deck. Maybe we just need to play 4. Maybe I trim on Arkans. The problem with trimming on Arkans, though, is then our Lotus matchup gets a lot worse. We could trim on Spellbinders, I guess. Spellbinder is, like, only for mono green. It would probably come in against, like, Enigmatic and stuff, too, but Spellbinder is the most narrow card, I guess, in the sideboard. So maybe we'll try that moving forward. How are we doing here? 2 matches left. Okay. Trying to think of other things that could help that matchup. I don't know. Like I said, on paper, it feels like we should not be that bad into that deck. I have 3 oozes. Toski's a really nice bullet. Ronus is a nice bullet. Wedding Announcement is excellent. Asika's Chariot is excellent. Dramoka's Command, in theory, should be very good against their deck. Arkan is definitely good if you can protect it. I don't know, maybe that was just a bad set. I don't know. We did mulligan to 6 twice. I didn't really open a hand I liked in the second 2 games, but... Exactly what I didn't want to happen with Portable Hole happened in that game, too. I just draw it and it's dead. Maybe I shouldn't have even had it in the deck. I don't know. It's so tricky because Thing in the Ice is just so bad for me. But I believe that build only plays 2. And once we saw they were on Crackling Drake, I mean, they don't really need Thing in the Ice at all to beat us. Garmok, yeah, that's fair. I mean, Vindicator is 4 white mana, though, isn't it? That's pretty hard to cast, dude. Yeah, maybe I'll try one of those in the board, though. Yeah, you don't run Mutavault, that's fair. I feel like Mutavault's kind of important, but... I guess if we're playing Vindicator, we could lose the Vaults. I don't know. I think the Vaults are kind of good, though. They were pretty good for us yesterday. Very good with Virtue of Loyalty, too. Alright, you've humored me. I'm going to look up what the card does, at least. Because I forget. So we could just put it in chat here, too, huh? Is that how you spell it? No, it is not. Prevent that damage. Alright, that does seem insane against Phoenix. I will give you that that card seems completely ridiculous against Phoenix. Maybe we'll try that card in a White Devotion deck. What if we played like White Devotion with a bunch of Rips and Phyrexian Vindicators to beat Phoenix? That's kind of funny. I mean, Phoenix is popular enough right now that I would definitely just play a deck that tees off on birds. Because Greasefang's pretty popular too, so I think main deck Rip right now is actually like kind of interesting, but... Problem is Vindicator's just atrocious against Rakdos, but... Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. That is pretty gas. I think we're going to try it in a White Devotion deck. I've been talking about how I want to play like a Boros Devotion deck next. Okay, so this opponent might be on mono white. This will be an interesting matchup. In theory, I think we should be favored, but I don't know. Not with hands like this, I'm not favored. Oh, they revealed Giganta? Alright, so they're definitely not playing mono white. Alright, so if they reveal Giganta, that probably means sack. I might actually keep this hand against sack. We've got Virtue, we've got the Raidane, we've got Wedding, we have Chariots. I think we keep this, we just hope to draw some lands. But it actually is a very good curve if we hit our lands. Convoke. Oh, what in the hell? What is going on? I'm going to take that stop off for now. Go. I don't know what's going on. Renegade map? There's no way Convoke is playing Renegade map, right? What is going on? Resolves. Actually, no idea what's happening. They feel like a combo deck, so I may actually just Raidane them. I don't know, though. Wedding announcement seems really good. I'm probably just going to play Wedding. I don't know. I do not know what's happening. Maybe I'm supposed to Raidane and not allow them to cast like a Karn, because this feels like a Karn deck. I could just do this after they get the Karn in play, though, and whatever they tutor they can't cast. Metalwork Colossus? Sure. Okay, that's fair. I have not seen Colossus in a very long time, so I guess you're right. That's probably what's happening. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're right. That's probably what it is. So if we think it's that, I'm just going to Raidane them. You're probably right, though. I have not seen that deck in so long, man. That's pretty funny. Well, hopefully we draw a land. Chariot would be nice here. Okay. Jesus, dude. Well, that could not have possibly gone any worse for me. Play this, play this. Now I really wish I would have played the Wedding announcement instead of the Raidane, but pretty gross. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they can play Colossus now very easily. Okay. Now Colossus is what? Just free, I think. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, fortunately, it looks like they're missing the Colossus part of their Colossus. They are. Okay, so now we have to determine how we want to do this here. Toski draws a lot of cards. Second Chariot gives me the most bodies. I think I'm just going to play Second Chariot, use those cats to crew, and just 8 my opponent, make another cat. As much as I love drawing cards, they're pretty dead to me just swarming the table, probably. So play this. Keep the one that is not newly controlled. Crew this. combat, attack all, clone cat. You take 8, go ahead. So now they need Gigantha plus something else to not die. Fifth land means we can drop a Virtue down too, which is pretty cool. I mean, it doesn't really matter right now, but... Yep. Okay. I mean, that is embarrassing. Wait, what? I was about to say, they had to hit a cat. That just killed them. Alright. A little bit awkward there. Alright, well, Portable Hole's got to be pretty good. I mean, all this stuff has got to be pretty good. We've got a lot of good cards here. The Spellbinders, the Portable Holes. Boonbringer is probably pretty real here. Kind of a weird matchup. They do play enchantments, but Dromoka's command kind of sucks. Outside of exactly Touch of the Spirit Realm, it's probably not going to have much text. I may just cut this. Archon of Emeria, I don't like here at all. Raydane felt pretty awful there. I think I'm just going to cut this, too. Scooz is pretty garbage as well. I think I'm probably just going to do that. 2-drop is just Virtue in this matchup, which is probably fine. We really just want a quick draw with Elf. I think this probably makes sense. I don't know. It's possible Raydane is good. I really don't know. The way their hand played out that game, it was terrible. But there are probably some games where it's good. Maybe I'm supposed to leave one in. It's not a horrible bullet, but could see it being better than, like, maybe a wedding announcement. Although Elf into Wedding in this matchup is pretty good, so... Elf into Wedding in most matchups is pretty good, let's be honest. No Elf. I think I'm going to mulligan this. It has no Elf, no Portable Hole. All 3-drops. I'm going to mull. God, that hand is so awkward. I'm going to keep this, but this is awkward as hell. Alright, well, I'm going to keep. Most awkward hand ever. Yeah, I agree, man. Get some Druids and Fables in here. Yeah, Naya would be cool, for sure. I think I'm supposed to keep this hand. I don't know, like, maybe I go to 5. There definitely are 5s that look better than this. Elvish Mystic is not Noble Hierarch, nor is it Avacyn's Pilgrim. Avacyn's Pilgrim might just be better than an Elf effect in this kind of deck. I would love to see an Avacyn's Pilgrim reprint, to be honest. It's also a human. Maybe I don't know. This hand is so awkward, man. I have a lot of draws that are good. Maybe we just go to 5. We do have 5s that look better than this. God. Problem is, it just has everything I want. It's got interaction for their board. It's got interaction for their hand. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to keep, because it just literally has everything that I want. I guess I get rid of Sky App. Maybe a Portable Hole. Yeah, I probably get rid of a Portable Hole, actually, because Sky App is good later. I need to draw white lands to be able to win this game anyway. Hopefully we just draw a green-white fast land. Our hand would go from awful to very good very fast. Me and Llanowar Elf deck really don't mix. We mixed fine yesterday. I went 4-1 in a league. Again, our only loss was to third place guy on the trophy leaderboard, so we had a good league, but I also tend to run very well when I play Gruul. Gruul has done a lot of good for me. Must be a full moon, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. Whatever. I'm not... We're definitely memeing around this week. Virtue of Loyalty might not even be a playable card, but it's definitely fun to mess around with it, so... Probably not as busted as all my Questing Druid decks were. Questing Druid is broken. That card is, like, kind of insane. Cannot quite say the same about Virtue of Loyalty. Virtue of Loyalty is a good Magic card. That's all I'll give it. And that might even be me being generous. Yep. Oh my god, that's so awkward, dude. Wow. Well, I don't have a choice. I've got to do this. Joke's on you, opponent. The elf did not matter at all. I think I am going to Portable Hole their Portable Hole, though. Because I want to use the white mana. I also just want to get their artifact count down. Go ahead, opponent. Alright, well, that Plains was clutch, obviously. Now we're going to be able to function. Okay, I'll go get a forest. The Field of Ruin effects are pretty scary. Another P-hole. So they're going to P-hole the P-hole to get back their other P-hole. Okay. What's funny is, if I hit a white source, I can Apparition their Portable Hole to get my Portable Hole back, to Portable Hole their Portable Hole. Oh, this is so ridiculous. I'm probably gonna Spellbind them, though. I mean, if we don't draw a white source. Okay, now I can just go Elf Virtue. They have 1, 2, 3. I don't know, I might just spellbind them. It gets the best clock going. It also prevents them from playing a good 4-drop next turn. But mostly just gets the clock going. Alright, well. Their hand is very bad. Now they're probably just going to buy Giganta. Yeah, buy Giganta, play Giganta next turn. I mean, that seems pretty good. Glass Casket, that's... Wait, what? Alright, sure. Man, they don't know how bad it is to keep interacting. I mean, it did kind of matter here, but, like, interacting with my elves is not what's going to beat me. I think I just want to probably just play this elf because I can play the Huntsman's Redemption next turn, so go ahead. Like, I'm very okay with them not putting a 5/5 into play this turn, which is what they would have done had they not interacted with my elf, or they could have taken the flyer that is actually going to beat them. Okay, well, now I'm just going to spellbind that Giganta out of their hand, too. And then this will kill them in 2 turns, actually, because of the trample on the flyers. They're also just very nearly dead to the flyers anyway, but... Ingenious Smith. That's kind of cool. Opponent's deck is really neat. Wow, they missed. That's so brutal, dude. Alright. Well, now I just have lethal with the Spellbinder, so I guess I jam that. Play this. Even if they top deck Colossus, they die. Alright, well, that was a nonsense match. Alright, that one ended, like, way too quick. What kind of limited options do we have right now? Alright, nothing I want to do. Alright, let's kind of talk about this White Devotion deck that we're going to play next. Let's start building that, I guess, between rounds. I don't really want to hop in another event, because this deck does take a while. In a lot of games, that was kind of an anomaly. Our opponent was playing a really non-interactive deck. So let's just new deck, bio. And we're gonna call it Red White Virtue. Alright, so we talked about Phyrexian Vindicator. This card does just seem broken against Phoenix, so we'll screw it. I'll try 4. Phoenix is popular enough right now that I'm cool with just playing cards like this to just clown them. Alright, Vindicator. I think I want Informant. Rafine's Informant. Chain to the Rocks. Fable. I think my 2-mana removal spell of choice is going to be... We could play Bone Crusher Giant, I guess, but that doesn't kill Greasefang. I guess if I main deck Rest in Peace, which I'm considering doing, then I wouldn't need a removal spell for Greasefang necessarily. I probably just want to board a bunch of Rest in Peace, though. It's probably better. Well, let's put Virtue in here. We know we're playing Virtue. I want to play Wedding Announcement as well. Karn, Mutavault, Book of Exalted Deeds. That's pretty hilarious. Book of Exalted Deeds is really, really good if we go with the Devotion plan. Which I'm kind of tempted to do. We could just not play red, but then we don't get... I mean, Chain to the Rocks is a busted removal spell. This removal spell's so good. What does Book do again? I need to read this thing. It's a legendary artifact. Gain 3 or more life. Okay, interesting. This is actually an interesting idea. We would have to build around it a lot more. For now, we're not going to do that, but that is a really cool idea for later, I think. Bank Buster, let's play 3 of these. Alright, so I think I'm going to play a Braid. Pretty good removal spell. And then maybe I also play Bone Crusher Giant. Another card we could play is Mondrak. Mondrak could be cool. Maybe don't play all these Vindicators. Maybe just play a couple Vindicators and a couple Mondraks. I don't know, though. I really like this being so lights out against Phoenix. I think that is a really good idea. What else, what else, what else? If we went more towards Devotion, Mastery of the Unseen could be a really cool card. But we'd have to go a lot more towards Devotion. At that point, I would maybe just want to be mono-white. But I think Fable is just obviously so ridiculous that it's hard to give this up. This should really be in the 2 slot. What if we just played mono white? Can we do that? Let's I'm curious. So game 1 against Greasefang, I'm just gonna kind of be a dog, I think. But we'll play 4 Rest in Peace out of the board. I still want to play Rafine's Informant. Let's just put 4 of these over here. Maybe we do the Karn Book of Exalted Deeds nonsense. That seems pretty hilarious, but I want to be a Nykthos deck too. Raven Inspector is probably a good one. I wonder if we could just be mono white but still play Chain to the Rocks. How many mountains do we have? Really not that many. We only have Sacred Foundry. Yeah, that's so awkward. We could play, like, Sacred Foundries, 4 of, obviously. We could play 4 Fabled Passage and 1 Mountain, and then a bunch of Plains. We could also play, like, Triomes as more mountains. That's true. We do have Ossification. I did kind of forget about Ossification. Alright, we'll just play Ossification instead of Chain of the Rocks. I'm not going to lie, I kind of forgot about that card. And then we'll just play Portable Hole. That is definitely a good call. Does anybody know, does Wedding Announcement have Devotion on the flip side? I assume yes, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to not be a Yorion deck, but if we end up being a Yorion deck, we'll be a Yorion deck, I guess. This is one of my favorite cards of all time right here. Master of the Unseen. Let's just jam it in there. One issue with this deck is we don't generate Devotion very well. Outside of Vindicator. Maybe that'll be okay, but I think honestly Virtue in this deck is going to definitely be a 5-drop, but I mean, the good news is a lot of our cards add Devotion and people can't interact with them, like Portable Hole, Ossification, Master of the Unseen, Wedding. A fair amount of decks can't interact with Vindicator either, which is nice. Could not play Bankbuster, I guess, but Bankbuster's just such a good card. It's hard to not register this. But it doesn't play well with the Devotion theme. But it's just generically a good card. Parhelion as first strike, that's pretty hilarious. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. This is interesting. I also wish we had like more token stuff. I mean, we can definitely play Mirrex in this deck. The Mirrex would probably be pretty sweet. We do have Master of the Unseen for tokens too. I wonder if Bankbuster just is not actually what I want to be doing. Backside of double face cards don't count towards Devotion. That blows. I mean, we're still going to play Wedding Announcement, but that frickin' blows. I kind of just want to do a search where we look at white pips. next match is up. Oh, we'll go back to thinking about that in a little while. Yeah, this hand's fine. We're going to keep this. You're a first. No idea what You're a first is playing, but I'm going to keep this. Hand's, like, fine. It's not great, but certainly not a mulligan. Mono white, maybe? Yep. Alright. Lair the Hydra, pass. I am going to block. Okay. Okay. Is Huntsman's Redemption better than Ooze? It would let me tutor something. I don't even really know what I'd want to tutor here. A Skyclave Apparition, I guess, would be pretty good. I think I'd rather just play the Ooze. Because they have, like, a Brutal Cathar. I don't want them eating this. So I think I'm just going to play the Ooze here. Want to leave up Mutavault for any reason? I don't think so. I think I'm just going to play Ooze. Say go. That's pretty annoying. I don't even know that I want to eat this. Gaining a life does kind of matter, though. Problem is, if I draw more Oozes later, I'd be a little upset. But I think gaining a life could matter. They could be on, like, main deck Extraction Specialist or something crazy. So I am going to eat it now. I'm not gonna lie, there's kind of an argument to trade off with this recruitment officer here, but I'm not going to. I think I'm just gonna jam the Virtue here. Jesus, dude, stop having 1-drops, you animal. Is that 5 1-drops this game? Alright, that was really nuts. That was really nuts. I think it's better, though, to get the Virtue down this turn. I guess they can blow up the Virtue, but that eats their entire turn. I could also just go... Maybe it's better to go Huntsman's Redemption. Yeah, I'm actually going to Huntsman's Redemption and then fight the Initiate and they sack off the Ossification. I'm going to do that on their turn, I suppose. Let's do this on white. Alright. Go. Adeline's cool. No attacks. Okay. So how do I want to do things now? The Adeline scares me a little bit, but I think I just go like Beast fights this, you sack the ossification, and then we're just going to slam a virtue on them. Oh, wedding announcement there is so good. I don't think I want to go get anything. Guess I could go get a Sky app. It sucks I think I yielded to this. It sucks I can't float mana. It would have probably been ideal to Skyclave Apparition plus Wedding here. Which I guess I still can do, but I have to give up one of these. Maybe it's just best to Virtue. Well, now that we're here, I guess I can just Virtue. It's not that bad. I can play land, play Virtue, fire up Mutavault, and then end step, everything untaps, gets a counter. That's pretty damn good. Oh, never mind. I can do that. Alright, so maybe I just want to go get... I think I'm just going to Sky App the Adeline and Wedding announcement. I think I just want bodies. Look at his pass. Next turn we get to hit them pretty hard with Chapter 3 of Huntsman. Sure. I do not care about that very much. It is going to allow them to blow up my Virtue next turn, but Gavany Town shipping my board and then time walking them seems quite good. Jeez, dude. This guy just has all the 1-drops this game. Yeah, I mean, I guess I probably target the biggest things. So, very easy swing both, play Virtue. Because they can blow it up, but it's going to take their whole turn. And now I'm just making my board brutal. We get to draw a card here instead of make a creature. Oh, Toski? Yeah, that seems okay. Yep. Alright, they've had enough. Makes sense. Alright, let's bring in 4 portable holes. Let's bring in Boonbringer. I think that's all I want. Toski, not great. Ronus, not great. Raidane, not great. Arkan, not great. What do we not want? Maybe one chariot could go. It's a little slow. Same could be said with wedding announcement. Virtue of Loyalty, honestly, could go down to a 3 of here, 2, I think. It's a 2 mana 2/2. But then obviously the other half of it's pretty nuts, so. Yeah, one chariot maybe where I go. I don't know, I think chariot is like pretty good against mono white still. I kind of want to trim a Virtue, I think. I've got 22 plays that are 2 CMC or less here. I think I'd rather do that. I think we can do better than this. This hand is like fine, but we can get a better hand than this. I'm gonna maul. Yeah, this hand's way better. I'm gonna bottom an elf. Yep. I will not block. Thalia incoming, I assume. Yep. How do we want to do this? I probably just want to portable hold the Thalia. And then I guess we attack. Alright, well they didn't have Adeline, so that's pretty good. Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks. Ugh. Probably just play Ooze. Yeah, I think it's just play Ooze. So I guess leave up Dramoka's command, but that doesn't really do anything. I'm just gonna play Ooze. Go. Thalia pretty good against us, it turns out. Maybe I should have kept the second elf. Obviously, I didn't know I was going to draw the chariot, though. ossification here. This is, yet man, Dramoka's command has been money. Alright, that's still fine. It's a little annoying, but it's fine. We get to get that back. What up, Metawatt? How you doing, man? Alright, I'm just going to pass. This Dramoka's command can definitely convert for really good value here, so we're just going to say go. Cascade into Profane Tutor, that's kind of neat. Another ossification. Alright, so I'm going to respond to this. I'm going to have Ooze fight Thalia, and then they sack an enchantment. Well, I guess... It doesn't really work the way I want it to, does it? Because then they just... When this enters, they target. I mean, I gotta fight the Thalia. And Dramoka flooded? Yeah, we are Dramoka flooded. And I guess I just go counter fight, because then I can use this one to get one of my creatures back for sure later. I do unfortunately think it has to be on the Thalia, though, so I can cast this Chariot if I draw an untapped land. This is pretty awkward. So I'm going to let this target. Okay, so you get my Ooze, that's fine. Portable hole to portable hole. That's so annoying, dude. Are you kidding me? Alright, that's just sick. God, that's so disgusting, dude. Oh my god, man. Alright, go. Fuck, that's ridiculous, man. Yeah, maybe I wasn't supposed to get rid of that other elf early in the game, I guess. What would I have bottomed is the problem, because at the time, I didn't have 3 Dramoka's commands. I drew 2 more Dramoka's commands. Yeah, they can give me an Ooze back. I mean, I have to do this, I guess. Do this. Wait, does this have to target? I did not realize that, so I have to give them a counter now? That's so obnoxious. Do I want to put the counter on the Adeline? Probably not. Alright, I guess this frickin' happens. Okay, let's Stromcom. God, why does this not say up to on that mode. It's so annoying. I think I have to put the counter here. I don't know. This is pretty rough. Then it can attack right through Chariot. I think I'm probably dead here. I'm trying to think of like any out that I have. I don't really have any. Their hand this game was so obnoxious. One drop into Thalia. Had another Thalia. Had a way to get back that, like, ugh. Whatever. Let's just move on. Alright. I still don't really think I want to change anything, honestly. It was a pretty tilting game. The good news is we're on the play this time. Hopefully we can keep a good 7. That'd be nice. The unfortunate thing is having to mulligan literally is like why we lost that last game. If we're just able to keep that 7, I don't have to bottom that other elf, which I do think was the right bottom at the time, but yeah, they are. All the commands are, man. Is this hand good enough? It doesn't have an elf, but I think it's like an okay hand. It is pretty bad in Thalia. So I am, like, a little worried about it. It doesn't have wedding announcement. Yeah, it's, like, okay. I agree. It's just so bad in Thalia, but we do have multiple oozes still. I'm going to try it. It's, like, acceptable. Because we're either drawing lands or more spells, and both are good in this hand, so... Alright, I'm going to wait on that. We're just going to pass. Surely they won't have Thalia this time? Yeah, surely. Lunarch Aspirant? Okay. Okay. I will block. Alright, I'm just going to go Elf Portable Hole here, I think. That sets me up the best. We'll see what he does with this turn. Okay. It's annoying, but hopefully okay. Untap land, please. Go. Yeah, really frustrating, infuriating. But what can you do? So that is the most obvious I have an Iganjo of all time. I think I'm just going to block. Because I have another Ooze. Doesn't really let them deploy much more. Yep, it's fine. Okay. This is so awkward, man. So fucking annoying. I could eat the portable hole to get the elf back, but I don't know if that's actually good. And then play the Ooze. Then they get to fire up. They get to fire up a Mutavault attack with ease, and if they have an untapped land, they're just going to blow up my portable hole and take the elf back anyway. So that seems terrible. I think I'm just probably supposed to play Ooze pass. I agree. I'm probably dead. We've just missed lands the entirety of the post-board games here. It's been sickening. Adeline. Alright, that's maybe beatable. Really. Just gonna start suiciding their stuff. I'm happy with this exchange. Okay, I'll eat a hopeful. We just gotta hit an untapped land, man. They're just so dead if I can just hit a fricking untapped land. There we go. It's gonna be really hard for them to win now. Play this. Play a chariot. Go. Okay, that's pretty damn annoying. Curious where they'll put the counter here. Sure. No attacks? Really? What? Why would you not attack there? That was an awful draw, dude. I'm so sick of drawing garbage. It's pissing me off so much. They played this pretty well because now I kind of have to portable hole target this and they just respond and blow it up. Guess I could just play another Ooze. Leave up double eat. Or is they just get to use this, blow up, portable hole. They don't have to. They have an Adeline with a counter, man. It's a 5/5. Yeah. I have no idea what to do. This is a disaster. They just get to blow up. Now they just get to get another fucking Luminarch Aspirant back. Dude, this is so garbage. It's so frustrating. That was a very good no attack by them, actually, to make sure they didn't lose this. I guess I just have to play another Ooze. That's the problem. This just doesn't get me anywhere. I guess I do this. I'm going to crew this. I'm going to attack. And then I'm just going to play another Chariot and try to go super wide and hope that my opponent ever makes a mistake. But unfortunately, this player is pretty good. Yep. I guess, you know what this allows me to do? Now I can yeah, if they block, I'm able to portable hole the Hopeful. This is actually a good no block from him. Because then I could portable hole, and then if they remove counters, they lose the Adeline. Alright, this is actually really good for me. This does kind of work out. Play this. It could be now that they're either losing their Adeline or their Initiate. It definitely could be. I feel like they're still supposed to keep the Hopeful Initiate, as crazy as that is, but maybe not. It's kind of their best way to beat this Virtue. Or I guess just killing me is a good way to beat it too. Yeah, they have to really tank here. This is a tricky spot. Okay, he is doing it. So the Adeline's gonna die. Okay. Makes sense. Play another Ooze. Your turn. If I can just dodge them being able to put counters this turn and top deck a land, they're in huge trouble. What does this do? Okay, it's that one. Sure. How good is an attack all here? Certainly sending the Oozes. Alright, now I think I'm just going to play the Virtue. They can blow it up, but it's going to Anthem my entire board, which seems very, very good. Probably should have played that on green, but whatever. I mean, this is going to eat 2 of their counters, 3 of their mana, and give 5 of my creatures +1 counters, so probably a pretty good exchange here. You got it. Yep. Yep. Get 2 counters over there, another land, sure. Pretty sure I just send house and see what they do. Put them on the back foot. Because they block with the hopeful, it's dead. Yep. Fire up another Mutavault, that's fine. Sure, so that's gonna die now. Yeah, I'm gonna assign to the hopeful. Yep. 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 He's debating if he even wants to block with a hopeful at all. Yeah, this probably makes a lot more sense, honestly. Just take a huge chunk of damage and... yeah, sure. Okay, I will assign the hopeful first. What is happening? Why can I not assign this? Oh, do I have to assign that for... what is going on? Why can I not assign damage properly here? I want the hopeful first. What is going on? That's literally going to lose... that could lose me the game. That's so garbage. Oh, I have to do it creature by creature? That's so stupid. Classic Moto situation there. Probably should have eaten something, but this is okay. To blow up the virtue, which will then kill their hopeful. F6. Go ahead, opponent. Unlikely he can get out of this now. He's going to eat the hopeful. Yeah, now we just get to start swinging for the fences. Fire up lair too. It's just running out of time. Does get a counter, but doesn't really matter. Yeah. They just fire this up and use it to crew. Yeah. Attack all. Make another cat. Alright, we did it. 2-1. That was way harder than I would have liked it to be, but they flooded like crazy. I guess it's a classic example of Scrooby's flood there. I think his mistake was blocking with Adeline, though. If he doesn't block with that Adeline on that chariot, I don't think we can win that game. And it was a game-losing block. Well, let's see if we can get a 3-1 with this stack. The player that beat us, Ryan, hasn't beaten anybody else, so it's kind of funny. What do you think of this? I don't think so. I'm gonna mull that. Yikes. This is even worse than the first one. I mean, I am gonna keep it, but big yikes here. Throwing a mold of 5. Okay. They're probably just playing Lotus. And probably just going to kill me, but... we'll see. Play this on turn 1. Go ahead. Okay. So some weird build of Racksack, I guess. Play this, go. Elf was like, probably the perfect draw there, to be honest. Now they have to kill this elf or I get to chariot them. Okay. We were playing against some weird decks today, man. Alright, that's pretty cool, though. Alright, that's sweet. Chariot, go. Go ahead. Curious what else our opponent has in store for us, but this is a really cool start. Okay. Synthesizer, sure. Anvil, yep. Okay. Well, Anvil is bad news for me. I might be able to pressure them hard enough, though, that it doesn't matter. Because now I'm just going to play another Chariot Crew attack all. Oh. Never mind. What I'm going to do is crew this, attack just this, and then just play a Virtue, I believe. This one's probably going to be very hard for them to beat. Go ahead. Yeah, it's very cool interaction. It's really messed up. Our opponent's deck might be a little too dirtily to get out of a spot like this. They're just taking a ton of damage now. Yeah, that's fine. Their deck is really cool, though. I will certainly give them that. This is one of the coolest decks you're going to... Okay, well, that's going to need to die to Dromoka's command. Not a bad draw there. Alright, so I guess I just go Dromcom. Yeah, they're tapped out here. Dromcom, counter fight, and then I can crew using just the cat token. Actually, now it might be better, actually, to play Ooze. I know, it's better to do it this way. I'm going to play Ooze. Then I'm going to go counter fight on the Ooze, and then eat the Brawn, and then crew Chariot, and then attack with everybody. Cat. This is getting so out of control. This Virtue card is pretty cool, I'll tell you what. It's a fun one. Yep. They're just trying to keep the table clean, but things are just getting too out of control here. Yeah, chump there. You take 6. That's fine. You lose your entire board. I'll untap all of my things, put a counter on all of my things. Go ahead. Still just have a follow-up Chariot just chilling in my hand, too. Yep, that's fine. It'll be interesting to see what cards we want to bring in out of the sideboard. Portable Hole is going to be good, I think, to deal with Anvil. Probably the Boonbringer is probably pretty good here for the evasion. Yeah, popping Terrarian. Desperation, yeah. Makes sense. Yep, okay. God, our opponent's deck is cool, though. This is a sweet deck. I love what they're cooking with over there. It's very neat. Yeah, Spellbinder's just too good against mono green, man. Kind of has other good random matchups, too, but... Okay, they get to play that land. Don't know if that'll do much for them, but we'll see. Another Anvil. They can, like, sack this off, I guess. They probably have to sack this. It gives them another token. Gleeful. No, my Chariot. Alright, whatever. We have another one. I don't care. Yep. And they're just trying to cling to life. I may as well eat something. I guess I'll eat their blood fountain. I'm just going to do all this right now. Crew with the new tokens. F6. They get 2 blocks. They're not dead, but they're going to like 1 or whatever, 4, I guess. To untap my entire board, put a counter on everybody. Yeah. Sure. I mean, maybe they could get out of it. Unlikely, but possible. I think the board is just way too big here, but we'll see. Deadly Dispute. Alright, that's a pretty good start for him. Yeah, Virtue is just such a cool card. Alright. 4 portable holes. Boonbringer. Radiant seems awful. Arkan, I think, seems bad. Dramoka's Command feels kind of terrible to me. Here. I don't think I like Dromcom here at all. Does deal with Vron, but I'm going to have the portable holes to deal with Vron. Maybe I like Spellbinder. Ooze didn't seem particularly good to me either. Yeah, Ooze felt pretty bad. I think I just want 4 Spellbinders. It's evasive. It lets me know what's going on. Seems probably pretty good. I don't know, there's a world where Arkan is good against them, too. Because they do seem to be a deck that, like, wants to kind of chain off. And if we have Arkan, they just can't do that. So maybe I actually do just want Arkan instead of Spellbinder. If they can't play multiple spells in a turn, that's probably pretty bad for their deck. They probably also play Torch the Tower, which is an easy answer to Spellbinder. It's less easy to kill Arkan. I guess if I do expect Torch the Tower, Dramoka's Command has more use, but... I'm going to take a wild guess and say that Arkan will actually be good. And we're just going to have 4 Arkans in. We'll see if this costs me. This could end up being awful, too. I really don't know. But I think it'll be pretty legit. Broken Lyric, thank you very much. Appreciate it. What a weird prelim, by the way. We've played against Anvil, Metalwork Colossus, Phoenix made sense, and then I don't even remember... Oh, Mono White, which also is kind of a surprise to me. Alright, well, I'm going to keep this. This hand is quite good. I'm not even sure if Toski is good in this matchup. It's kind of hard to get through, but probably good enough. Alright, so they probably have a turn 1 Torch, but that's okay. Could have Fatal Push too, obviously. Okay, apparently they have neither. Blood Tithe. Boonbringer. Could display Sky App on this, keep my elf, but I don't know if I like that. It's a tricky situation. If they kill my elf with that, that's not even like that bad, I don't think. Maybe I am just supposed to Apparition it, though. Keeping my elf is, like, kind of important, but it's probably so easy for them to kill an elf. I don't know. Redemption. I could always turn the 3/3 into a basic off the Redemption if I chose to. Which would not be particularly good, but I could do it. It's a tricky spot. Don't love Chapter 2 not really doing anything here, but just getting a 3/3 to start beating down might matter too. Sky App. Man, that is hard, dude. That is a hard turn for me as to what I want to do. I'm going to play the Huntsman's Redemption. I think I'm supposed to save the Sky App for later. Their deck is just completely constructed around Oni Call Anvil, so if I just, like, don't let those get going, it's probably pretty hard for them to do what they need to do. They can kill my elf, obviously, but... I can, yes, but I assume they're going to kill my elf with the Blood Tithe here. I think their turn's going to be like, sack Blood Tithe, kill your elf, Deadly Dispute my blood. This is kind of just my expectation. We'll see what happens. Obviously, if they don't kill my elf, I will float a mana and sack elf and turn it into a land, but... I mean, they kind of are. Deadly Dispute gives them mana, it gives them cards. Hopefully that just isn't what they have, but that's kind of my inclination. Okay, they kill my elf. Not a shocker. Deadly Dispute. God, just everything I didn't want them to have, but I knew they had it. No shock here. God, Thoughtseize. It's pretty brutal. I wonder what they take with this. Probably the Sky app, so I can't interact with their... I don't know. We'll see what happens. The other Huntsman just, like, beats them down really well, too. They might just have to take the other Redemption if they don't have a lot of defensive cards in their hand. We'll see what they do. Yeah, we definitely have a lot of spells. We just have to draw lands. I mean, if I get to play my cards... Like, if we just drew 3 lands in a row without having to sack here, I don't think we could lose this game. I mean, we could, obviously, but it'd be hard. Yeah, they take the other Redemption. Definitely makes sense. Alright, that's a perfect draw. Cool. I will not tutor. No. Play this tapped. Play an elf. Combat. Attack for 3. Go. Now next turn, we get to chapter 3, and hopefully we just draw a land and get to Toski as well. Might have another Deadly Dispute incoming here. This feels like maybe. Pay costs. I assume that's what they're paying costs for. It's worth noting they don't have Giganta anymore, so that probably means Meat Hook Massacre. Because they had Giganta in game 1, if I remember right. So they probably have Meat Hooks post-board. That's definitely something to be afraid of and be aware they could have. Yeah, they have one right now, in fact. God damn it, dude. Alright, well, that's really bad. That is really, really frickin' bad. Play an elf. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I probably should just not have this in my deck now that I know they're meat hooking. I'll probably be cutting this going into next game, but we'll see. It is still a pretty good card. Maybe I want it. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Thoughtseize. God, that's brutal. Probably takes the Boonbringer, I'd imagine. Really? I guess they just want their anvil. Jesus, dude. Alright. I'll tell you what I have learned is that post-board I probably just do not want Arkan. They have Fatal Push. They have, like, Sweepers. They don't need to be multi-spelling as much. So I will just be bringing in 4 Spellbinders. Maybe I can just kill them with Boonbringer. It's certainly possible. It's like Boonbringer, put a counter, and then Toski them. Probably pretty real. They might struggle to kill a 5/5 flyer. Okay. That's... Jeez, man. Alright, well, this is bad. Yep, I'm just dead. Alright, let's move on. Yeah, the elves are obviously a lot better on the play. Yeah, definitely. Alright, well, Arkan sucks. I do not want this. I think I want all these Spellbinders. Do I want Dramoka's Command back now that we've seen a little more? Probably not. So it'd be between, like, Dramoka's Command or Spellbinder, and I think Spellbinder is pretty good. Command is good at, like, keeping Blood Tides and stuff off the table, but I think I like Spellbinder. Well, we've got an elf. I'm going to keep. A little bit of an awkward hand. It doesn't have Wedding or Chariot, which are definitely the best cards in the matchup. They're on a mulligan. Got a lot of answers to their stuff. Hopefully this can pan out. Turn 2 Spellbinder if they don't kill the elf, so it could be good. Opponent really thinking about what they want to bottom here. This is interesting. Okay, play this, play elf, go. Nothing hard for us. Pretty easy. Easy turn 1 for me. Fuck. God damn it, deck. Give me a land, please. Go. Well, I think if we top deck a land, we'll probably win, and if we don't, we'll probably lose. I think it's going to be pretty much that simple. It's a Thoughtseize would be a disaster here. Okay. Which they fortunately do not have. Come on, baby. Untap land. Okay, thank you. I'm going to just lead on Wedding. Go. Okay. Pretty frustrating. They hit a land on that. They probably didn't have many things they couldn't play off it, but still sucks for me. I'll take 3. Assume they probably have a Deadly Dispute here. They're debating how they want to use it. Probably, Mikey. We probably could, yeah. There are probably a lot of ways we can play the card, honestly. I'm going to try it in like a White Devotion deck next. That's an interesting draw. I think I just want to attack and Spellbind. A little awkward, I guess, because they can kill my Spellbinder with the Blood Tithe, but that's got to be a win for me. Plays the best around Deadly Dispute, because I don't want a portable hole into Dispute. It's embarrassing. Okay, they have Fatal Push, Gleeful Demolition. Their hand is actually pretty awful. I think... And I guess I just take the Gleeful... Because Gleeful on Synthesizer is obnoxious. I don't really want to put up with that. So I'm going to take the Gleeful. Go. Them not popping blood and pushing there was interesting. Deadly Dispute? Dude, are you fucking serious, man? Top deck Deadly Dispute? Come on, dude. That's so ridiculous. That's such a spew to not pop their blood. Unless they want to... Yeah, it just seems like such a terrible play, but... They're just not getting punished at all. Alright, well, I'm going to trade Spellbinder if they attack here. They probably are just going to push my guy and just attack me. Yeah. Alright, well, I might have to deal with these. Might just be portable hole, elf turn. Huntsman. Okay, it's interesting. I want bodies or cards. I kind of want a card. I think I just go whole Blood Tithe, play elf. So bad into Meat Hook. I know one of their cards is Soken's On and Fatal Push. Or no, they've used the Fatal Push. Go. We'll draw a card. Not the best draw, but not horrible either. Okay. So they can Gleeful Demolition that, which they probably will. Would love an Asika's Chariot. That'd be a good draw here. Another Wedding wouldn't be bad. This is not a horrible one either, but I'm not really tanking about what to do here. It's interesting to me. Do I know they still have a Blood Crypt in hand too? I think I do. So they have Soken's On, Blood Crypt, Gleeful Demolition, and Exiles. There's actually only one card I don't know about. I mean, they're about to dig further because they could theoretically Gleeful Demolition this. Maybe they just don't think the Gleeful's good enough. I don't know. Seems like kind of good. Just like 3 mana, draw a card, get 3 guys. Oh, blow up my portable hole. Alright, that's fine. Okay, sure. Virtue of Loyalty, interesting. Do I just Skyclave Apparition their Blood Tithe? I mean, they have a bunch of Bloods. I'm a little concerned. I know they have Soken'Zon in hand. I could just attack them and play a Huntsman. Then they get to sack this, kill the Huntsman token. I guess I would... I don't know that I really want to Skyclave this. I don't think that's particularly good. I guess I just attack and then play a Huntsman. I think that makes a lot more sense. Or I could even just leave up Virtue here. We'll see if he blocks. He's kind of in a spot where he's, okay, incentivized to block, but he's not going to. I'm just going to play a Huntsman. He does theoretically get to kill this. If he wants to, he can just sack the Blood Tithe, but that's a fine trade-off for me. He doesn't have Blood Tithe anymore. And I do potentially get to tick this to Chapter 2 if I want. Popping this off makes sense. It's a free draw. Our opponent's deck is really cool. I will certainly say. Very, very neat deck. Got a cat who wanted to come hang out, apparently, so there's his tail. Alright, we'll see what our opponent is going to do here. Hi, Frodo. Alright. Nope, Frodo still wants attention. Definitely wants attention here. Opponent in the tank, so got some time to give Frodo a little bit of affection, I suppose. Alright, blooding away. Maybe the Soken'Zon. Blood Crypt. Okay, so they still have Soken'Zon. I assume they're going to Blood Tithe the Beast. It seems very unlikely they would leave a 4/4 in play. I guess if they drew a removal spell, maybe they'd be okay with it, but okay, they do indeed do that. We'll see if they channel Soken'Zon now, or if they do something else. Gleeful Demolition. Okay. Still have a Soken'Zon. Oh my god. Sacrifice a creature. This deals 2? Wow. Alright, that's annoying as heck. Come here, Frodo. That is really brutal, dude. Holy smokes. What do I want to do here now? I could just Sky App the Weaponize, I guess. I think that's going to be my play. I don't even think I'm going to tutor anything. I could, I guess, turn one of these into a Boonbringer. Boonbringer seems like pretty gas. Interesting. Yeah, I kind of like Boonbringer. They have not shown me anything that can really deal with it in play. They could, like, Thoughtseize it, but I'm fine with them Thoughtseizing it and then probably losing to the Virtue. It's awkward because I'm going to lose my entire board, but then I just get it right back, I guess. I play a Skyclave and then make a 3/3 here. That's probably fine. Toski ain't it. Spellbinder ain't it. Yeah, it just needs to be... I mean, it could be Ronus, too, but I think I'm going to do Boonbringer. So I'm going to do this, hit the Weaponize. They likely will shoot the human. And so Dramoka's command would have actually been good, but I had no idea they were playing Weaponize the monsters. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's fine. Go. So they have Silkenzon, one unknown. They only have one blood left. I mean, they're running out of time. Opponent really in the tank here. Yep, popping the blood. Pitching, I assume, Silkenzon, unless they have an even worse card in their hand, which seems unlikely. And I guess they just have another land. Okay, the Den. So they still have this Silkenzon. Silkenzon, one unknown. And it's a Blood Crypt. A bit of a yikes for the opponent here. All right. I mean, Silkenzon. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the Boonbringer, put a counter here, and then I'm gonna attack with both. Well, I guess I get a chapter 2 here anyway. Never mind. Or chapter 3 here. I forgot about chapter 3. Each of these. I'll tell you what, I may just play the Virtue here. And the reason is, if they drew exactly a Meat Hook, they could win the game. I don't want that to be a thing, so I think I just attack with both these and then play a Virtue. And then next turn kill them with Boonbringer. Thoughtseize isn't good enough anymore. I think that makes sense. Thoughtseize, I guess, is good enough. No, Thoughtseize, I don't think is good enough. We'll see. We'll just see what they do. They have to, like, double block to make Thoughtseize an out. Which they did not do. Okay. I'm gonna play this. Untap my guys, put counters on them. Fatal Push, can't deal with Sky App either. So I can just Boonbringer onto the Sky App. So yeah, even if they draw the Meat Hook here, then I just slam a Boonbringer, and it will be absolutely massive. It'll be a 7/7. And now they're just channeling. I feel like channeling here is a little awkward. I mean, I guess they need to use their mana, but... All right, what a wild prelim that was. This deck is cool. It definitely feels like it's missing just a little bit. But I mean, we do have a pretty good record with it. We're 7-2. I don't know, it feels like just slightly below. Like, I just wish I had one more like really good card for the fair matchups. We have Wedding Announcement and Chariot, which are great. Virtue's, like, fine in fair matchups, but it's not truly a 2-for-1. We just need, like, one more card, like Wedding or Chariot, and I don't know what they are. Maybe we're not supposed to play Huntsman's Redemption. Maybe we play, like, something else. Lovestruck Beast could be pretty good. That's always a 2-for-1. I don't know. Definitely an archetype I want to keep exploring. I mean, that performed pretty well. All right, let's think about what our White Devotion deck is going to look like now. so far we've got this. 25 lands might be a little high, although we are playing 4 Nykthos, so maybe 25 is about right. We do want to hit our land drops consistently. I don't feel like this build right now makes enough tokens. We might want to play like Gideon Ally. Some amount of Gideon Ally or Wandering Emperors. Maybe the Vindicator isn't actually good. I don't know. It is cracked against Phoenix. I'll certainly give it that, but it's pretty garbage against almost every other deck. We could, I guess, not play Rafine's Informant. We could not play Bankbuster. I alluded to that earlier, too, but kind of want the banks. Mondrak could be cool if we go more in on the token theme. I don't know. This is tough. We talked earlier about looking at like cards with white devotion pips too, which I don't think that's a horrible idea. Moonshaker Cavalry could be really cool top end in a deck like this. Honestly, Archon of Sun's Grace could be really cool with what we're doing. Our entire deck is actually enchantments. Well, not our entire deck, but a lot of our deck is enchantments. We could even do the red splash and play Chain to the Rocks instead of Portable Hole, and then we have even more enchantments. I wonder if that's any good. That seems kind of interesting to me. Just like throw 4 Archon of Sun's Grace and just have a bunch of that going on. It's kind of hard to kill for some decks. 4 toughness is pretty good. That's actually really, really interesting to me. Did I fall in love with Virtue? Yeah, I do like Virtue a lot. It's what I'm going to play with this week. Yeah, what if we did Archon of Sun's Grace? This is, like, kind of cool. Then, though, I'm going to want to go to red. Maybe we don't even do the Nykthos thing. Problem is, then we just don't generate enough mana. Like, the whole idea here, like, for Mastery to be good, you need a lot of mana. That is true. Chain to the Rocks is going to get a lot worse. Yeah, that is very accurate. A little bit worse. I mean, people are not going to play more than, like, 2 copies of that card in their deck still, I don't think. I mean, it's not... It is better than Dreadbore, but not by that much. Like, Rakdos mid will probably only ever play 2 tops, would be my guess. People might play more at first, but... I mean, remember, people played 4 Dreadbore for a really long time until people realized that instant speed removal was just good. And then, like, after the RC in Atlanta, everybody started playing Heartless Axe and no Dreadbores. And then Shoto went back to a couple Dreadbores at the PT, but nobody ever really picked up on that again. Like, people just kind of didn't do it. Let's just keep scrolling for now, but that is very interesting. Could be a fun direction to take the deck. We could just see how this works. I mean, I don't hate this. Excuse me. Oh, sorry about that, chat. But this looks like okay to me. And then sideboard, obviously. I think I'm just going to have like 4 damping, because Lotus feels like it's going to be a problem, so let's just play 4 Damping Sphere. 4 Damping Sphere, probably 4 Archon as well. Just really have a reasonable Lotus matchup. Where is that Archon? Too many Archons in this game. There we go. Archon of Emeria. And what else do we want? Probably stuff that I was talking about, like Gideon. Gideon seems good to me, and Wandering Emperor. I would really like 2 of each. Maybe I can play 3 Rest in Peace. We already have the 4 Vindicators. The problem is I'm going to need Rip for Greasefang, though. Maybe I just play 3 Archon of Emeria. Let's try that. Alright, I think this is what we're going to do next. The question is, so we want One-Eyed Ganjo. We want probably at least 2 Castle. Actually, is Mirix better than Castle? They can't block, but it's cheaper to activate. Huh. Is the colorless mana a factor? It is a factor, yeah. It's certainly a factor. Yeah, maybe because we're on Vindicators, we probably can't do it. I'm not even sure if 4 Nykthos is right, to be honest. We might only want to play 3. But Nykthos is just so busted that we might just want to play every copy. It's either 4 Nykthos or we we'll play 3 Nykthos and play 3 Castle. Castle is sweet with Virtue. Does just give us potential bodies every turn. Mastery Unseen is also cool with it. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Should we play 4 Nykthos or 3? What is the other white land that pumps? Sheffet Dunes? We could play Sheffet Dunes, yeah. And less plains. Makes the castles a little worse, but that's probably okay. I think... I'm down with a couple Sheffet Dunes. I think I'm just going to play 3 Nykthos. I don't know. It's so hard. The land is so busted. Maybe we do just play 4. Because I'm going to want to draw this thing every game. 3 is fine, yeah. Yeah, I think we're probably supposed to play 3. I'm going to play another castle, I think. Yeah, maybe 2 castles, right? Castle's kind of awkward. We don't want this coming into play tapped all the time, and I've already got 3 Nykthos and Iganjo and 2 Sheffet Dunes, and then the castles themselves. I'm just going to play another Plains. Alright, well, this looks kind of neat. Let's give this a try and see how it plays, I guess. I'm real quick going to take a snapshot of this deck and put on Twitter that we're playing this real quick. I also need to change the name, I guess. Properties. Mono, white, virtue, devotion. Something just like this. All right. What up, dude? Are the pre-releases this weekend? Oh, that's cool, man. I didn't actually even realize that. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I can come out and do one Friday night. Are you guys... Oh, really? Do you? I'm doing something with people Saturday. I guess it's for release weekend. I didn't realize that, but... We were, like, doing a draft. I didn't realize we were doing a draft because the new set's coming out. All right, let's see here. So I need to put this on Twitter here real quick. All right, Pioneer. And it's mono white devotion. There it is. Cool. All right, so that's what we're gonna play. I'm gonna real quick put this, I'm gonna export this, put this on our Stream Decker, And we'll get started in about 5 minutes here. I gotta rent the stuff too. Just give me a moment. Stream Decker. Upload new. Mono White Devotion. Okay, and set as current. Cool. I want to put this in our stream info. Pio League. Mono White Devotion. A lot of ways to build Mono White Devotion too. We'll have to see if this Vindicator card is the real deal. I mean, it does seem just unbelievable against Phoenix, which is part of what sells me on it. Phoenix is really popular right now. It is probably very good game 1 against Greasefang too if we can get to it. The problem is getting to it. We'll just kind of see what happens, but all right. Mana Traders. Gotta rent this. Deck Builder. Clear all. Upload. Upload file. This. White. Upload. I don't need any of these basics. Let's get rid of those. Don't need 2 of these. Already got 2 of these. Don't need weddings. Already got weddings. Don't need virtues. Already got virtues. All the rest of it I think I need. I guess portable holes we don't need either. Right, already got that. Yeah, something like this. All right. Right, I didn't need the Archons either. Gideon's Sacrifice is pretty great with Vindicator out of the sideboard versus the low aggressive decks. Okay, that's pretty cool. I think right now, I think the sideboard makes sense. Lotus is just a disaster matchup, so I just want like 7 very dedicated cards for Lotus with the 4 Damping Spheres and the 3 Archons. And then the 4 Rest in Peace are for Greasefang. Phoenix obviously too, but very important against Greasefang. We're going to have a bad Fang matchup game 1 for sure. And then I just want the Walkers to cut the Vindicators 4 against Rakdos. Just swap out the Vindicators, bring in 4 Planeswalkers and call it a day. Is kind of why I built the sideboard this way. I think just attacks the best decks. But we'll see. I'm curious how our green matchup will be. Ossification and Portable Hole are pretty good. We might be able to go wide on them with Virtue. We'll see. Probably takes too long to set up, but you never know. What does Gideon's Sacrifice do, Tamio? Do not actually have any idea what that card does. Very little idea. I've heard of the card. I've never played with it though, I don't think. Oh my god. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. That's awesome. Alright, I don't know that I need a second Iganjo. I probably don't, right? So, already got one from the other deck. Forgot about that, too, that we already had an Iganjo, but whatever. Well, this deck's going to be interesting. It's going to be my kind of mid-range pile. Just dirtily 1,000,000 2-for-1s. Probably pretty good into Rakdos decks, and maybe good into, like, Phoenix. Probably pretty bad into a lot of other stuff, but we'll see how it goes. All right, let's rock and roll here. This looks fun. Choose a creature, all damage. Oh, this turn. Okay. That is pretty sick, though. So it's like a fog that just throws a bunch of damage at their face. I imagine sometimes you just kill your opponent with that. That's pretty awesome. That's absolutely hilarious. I do not love that we don't have any life gain. That's a little awkward in our mono white deck. I guess Mastery the Unseen gains us life. I forgot about that. Alright, yeah, we got life gain. Never mind. Alright, Pioneer League. Here we go. Mono white Virtue Devotion. Let's rock and roll. Let's hope we can get at least a 3-2 out of this. I'm not convinced this deck will be particularly good, but it does look really fun. Easy 5-0 incoming. We'll see about that. Unfortunately, Virtue of Loyalty is not as good as Questing Druid. I can't just throw Virtue of Loyalty in a bunch of different decks and 5-0 like I did with Questing Druid last week, but... Yeah, the Karn package is obviously very good, but... Karn package with Virtue, and then obviously Yorion. Yeah, I mean, we could do that. We'll see how this build plays. I've definitely played Karn Yorion White before. It's a fun deck. I played it at multiple NRGs, like last year. Problem was that deck's matchup with Lotus was just awful. You're on one Virtue, that's fair, yeah. Yeah, I'm all in on the Virtues this week, man. We're just trying to play a bunch of Virtue decks. See if anything seems good. Elspeth Sun's Champion would be pretty disgusting with Virtue. Just like put a Virtue next turn, Elspeth Plus, put counters on everything. Just keep doing that every turn, but... I mean, if you're like casting Elspeth Sun's Champion and resolving it, you're in good shape anyway, so... Five-color Virtues. Alright, that sounds pretty gas. Are we a Lucky Clover deck, too? What does the green Virtue do? I don't even know what the green Virtue does. The red, white, and black one are all pretty good. I don't know about the other ones. What do we think of this hand? I think this hand's fine. I'm going to keep. Pretty good into fair decks. Probably, alright, yeah. Should be pretty good into this. Ossification against Phoenix is pretty nice. Alright, I'm just going to play Thraven and pass. Thing in the ice. I don't even know if I want to deal with that. Part of me just wants to, like, draw a card. I don't know. We might want to deal with this. Problem with not dealing with it, right, is... Why do I have a stop on my draw step? Good question. Who knows? Probably from a game where Shieldred was involved, and then I just never took it off. Alright, so... I really want to hit lands. So I kind of just want to, like, Rafine's Informant, but... I guess I can Rafine's Informant next turn. And I don't want to walk into... Yeah, I'm just going to ossify their thing. One you, go. Yeah, we also just, like, don't want to get spell pierced. Thing in the ice? God damn. Alright, so they're on a bunch of things. This makes me feel like they might have a spell pierce up. Probably not going to run this into pierce. If I draw a land, I might just go Thraven. Ooh, that's... Okay, that's big money. Also a horror, so this does not bounce it. I'm just going to Rafine's Informant here. I'm just going to pitch a Virtue. Go ahead. Okay. 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 Spell Pierce here would be really brutal. We need to try and think about how to get around that the best. I think I'm just going to play another Thraben. They just attack with both, play another Thraben, pop Clue. Let's try and find a land for this Vindicator. The Vindicator will really mess them up. I'm, like, perfectly okay with them making me pick up Thraben Inspectors, too. Like, that's pretty good for me. Free the Fae. Yeah, they, like, almost certainly have a Pierce the way they've played this game. I'm kind of just feeling that they have the Pierce. See if they take Cruise here. I assume they take Cruise. Yep. Okay. Okay. Pretty annoying. But the good news is I just get to reset all of these creatures, so that's probably acceptable. Treasure Cruise incoming. Oh, another Free the Fae. God, this is obnoxious, man. Yeah, that's fine. Double Phoenix? Dude, fuck off, man. Are you kidding me right now? That is so annoying, dude. I get to Treasure Cruise, get back both Phoenix. That was just a perfect mill, dude. That's so stupid. Come on. Well, now I can't even pop the Clue. I literally have to just do this and chump block. It's embarrassing. It's so stupid. Ugh. Whatever. We get to bring in 4 Rest in Peace. That'll be pretty good. If I get to resolve the Vindicator, we might have a chance. Alright, now I get to Portable Hold this, Ossify this, so that's something. Alright, we've got a shot. That was a pretty good follow-up turn for me. Okay, they're just playing some Picklock Pranksters. Works for me. Just need to draw a land. Any land will do. Nykthos is good enough. Alright, that'll work. I'm just going to play a Vindicator. See if they can beat this one. Go. Alright, deck. How about a Nykthos? A Nykthos right now would be pretty gasoline. I don't know if they know how this works. I'll kill your Picklock Prankster. Yep, I'll redirect. Kill this. So gas, dude. I don't think they read how the card works. Let's go, dude. Oh my god, that was gas. It's actually unkillable for Phoenix. Yeah, this is awesome. Whoever suggested this, good idea. Opponent is stunned. Yeah, I'm stunned that this is good, but this is hilarious. Yeah, their only way of dealing with it is the Otawara, right? It's the only possible way. They're probably not aware it's a horror until they flip a thing in the ice later either. It's super funny, but yeah, okay. So gas, man. Give me a Nykthos. All right, wedding announcement. That's not good enough because I still believe they have that Spell Pierce in hand. So I think what I'm probably just going to do is just like Thraben Inspector 3. Oh, let's pop a clue because we could hit a Nykthos. Another Virtue. I don't even think that's particularly good. I'm just going to go Thraben, I think. I could just pop another clue. It's probably better to get bodies down, though. Could have done this as well, but I'm just going to go Thraben, pass it over. You're about to put 4 Vindicator into the cart? Yeah, it's a good way to beat Phoenix, I'll tell you what. We still might not win this game, but that is a huge problem for Phoenix. My god. Otawara is like the literal only answer in their entire deck to the card. It doesn't get hit by Aether Gust. They don't usually play Fading Hope. They maybe play a 1-up Brazen Borrower in theory, but it's just pretty gross. It's a pretty nasty little guy. Yeah, and like I said, it's a horror, so this won't get it, which they might not realize. Okay, so they're just playing a million things in the ice. Good to keep in mind. Okay. Bankbuster is, like, kind of good. Or not as good as just digging for Nykthos. Let's dig for Nykthos. Okay, that will be very broken if I find Nykthos, but see, this is the kind of stuff where we're probably just supposed to play 4 Nykthos. It's just such a broken land. Like, in games like this, if I have a Nykthos, I almost cannot lose. But because I don't have we're only on 3, it's, like, harder to find. I don't know. I'm probably going to play this Rafine's Informant now, I guess. Probably going to pitch the Bankbuster. Maybe the Virtue, I guess. Yeah, Virtue's not... We don't really need 2 Virtues at all. I'm going to pitch this, actually. Mastery and Bankbuster both have a lot more use. I'm still probably going to lose. They're probably just going to swarm me, but... whatever, we'll be alright. I mean, there are definitely downsides to playing 4. Like, you draw multiple in spots where it's bad, but one would just be so broken in games like this. And drawing the second one wouldn't even be bad in this kind of spot, because it just generates so much mana. But whatever, we'll be fine, hopefully. It's really just because we're playing Mastery the Unseen. Like, Nykthos with Mastery the Unseen is so ridiculous. Yep. Yep. Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. The green-white Mastery standard. Yep, Green-White Devotion was awesome, dude. That format was crazy. 10-hour-long games, yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, kill their own Phoenix. That was a really smart play. Alright. Pick up the Free the Fae. It's so obnoxious. They probably can't believe that the Vindicator didn't get bounced. I'm sure our opponent's looking at this like, are you kidding me? Now if they attack, I just block and throw 7 at their face. Stunned again? Yeah, probably. Oh no! They had the Otawara. God damn, dude. Well, that'll kill us, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Just needed that Nykthos, man, so bad. There it was. Another Vindicator would have been good too. The good news is our matchup here is very good, I think. We're going to bring in 4 Rest in Pieces. Again, I just feel like Virtue sucks. Like, Virtue probably the worst card. It's ironic. I keep building around this card, and it just ends up leaving my deck half the time. But it just so happens it's bad against Phoenix. But I think if we just do that, probably makes sense. I could bring in the Walkers, too. Wandering Emperor, Gideon, not awful. I have no idea what I would cut, though. I like everything here. Mastery, good in this matchup. Yeah, we're just going to do this. I'll tell you one thing. We're a pretty bad mastery deck in the sense that, like, I only have 12 creatures to actually hit, and we're not playing Eldrazi Displacer, so we can't flip our like ossifications and portable holes and wedding announcements and things like that. So maybe we're supposed to play Displacer in this deck too. I don't know. Like I said, Mono White Devotion has a lot of ways it can go. The good news is, like I said, I think post-board, we've got 4 Rest in Peace, 4 Vindicator, all really good answers to their stuff, a lot of 2-for-1s, a lot of manipulation. I think we should theoretically, I'm going to keep, should theoretically have a pretty okay matchup. Hopefully they don't have turn 1 Spell Pierce. I'm probably just going to play a Bank Buster, start drawing cards off it. Can Mastery later. Theoretically, like, if they do leave up Spell Pierce, I could just not make a play on turn 2. And just wait till turn 4 to play Bank Buster, activate Bank Buster, but that might just be too long. We'll see what our first draw step yields. That will definitely make the decision a little easier to know. F6. I think I am just going to Bank Bust, but we'll see. Oh, that's such a good draw. Bank Buster time. Go. Alright, no Spell Pierces gas. I'm very curious to see how they're going to beat Vindicators. Okay. I could just... I don't really like Rafine's Informant. I could Rafine's Informant and, like, pitch a spell, but I'd rather just, I think, activate this. So let's just do this. Could get the Mastery of the Unseen down there, too, but I just don't think that's necessary either. Let's just start drawing cards. It would build my Devotion, I guess. There's, like, some argument for it. Go ahead. I wonder if they just, like, boarded in Mystical Dispute or Disdainful Stroke to beat Vindicator. That's pretty possible. They may have, honestly. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know if I should play into Disdainful Stroke. Like, I could play around it by just, like, casting Mastery of the Unseen, activate Bankbuster again. Because I would bet anything they boarded in Stroke after seeing Vindicator. Yeah, I don't know. This is interesting. I really hate playing into Stroke right now. I think that's a punt. I'm just going to play Mastery of the Unseen. This is bad into Double Spell Pierce, but if they have that, I guess. Okay, go. This shit is so annoying, dude. It is so annoying how good Phoenix is at just holding up mana now. And they blind flipped a bird. You gotta be kidding me. Just all draw spells, no removal over there, apparently. Blind flips a bird. It's so annoying. Just gets to keep holding up 2 for my Vindicator. It's so garbage. Alright, well. And I'm sure they just also have, yep, why not? Land, sure, Treasure Cruise. It's so ridiculous. Just a perfect hand from the opponent. What are you going to do? Maybe I'm not supposed to play around Disdainful Stroke. I really think I was, though. It's so unlikely that my opponent would have instant speed, draw spell, instant speed, draw spell, draw spell, blind flip Phoenix, and Treasure Cruise. It's just nonsense. No pieces, draw. Fucking garbage. Draw a card here. Okay. At least I get to resolve this, but I do just, like, pretty much lose to an Odawara now, which sucks. I'm just going to play a Nykthos. Do I actually want to... I may want to activate this. I guess I probably do want to activate this. It does lose me a treasure, though, in the long term. No, activating this is bad, actually. Well, Lightning Axe beats me either way. Fiery Impulse. Like, Otawara plus Land Axe gets me either way, but... I'm just going to do this, I guess. Go. The one of Otawara. Dude, this is so garbage, man. He also has the axe? You have to be kidding me. So fucking lucky, dude. This is ridiculous, man. Come on, dude. Ugh. Maybe I shouldn't have played around Stroke. I don't know. I felt like I was in a pretty good position to play around Stroke. They just had literal every single thing they needed in this game. It's so unbelievable. It's absolutely ridiculous. I have 8 answers to this stupid card. This should never be able to do what it did. Just so frustrating. Like, this is not even a good card in the matchup, honestly. It's awful. It just gets hit by 4 portable holes, 4 ossifications, and somehow I just have none of that. They're able to flip it on turn 4 with a Phoenix. What is a play-around Stroke demonstration needed? Yeah. Whatever, I guess. That is so stupid, man. I've been running pretty well the last few weeks, but that is just so dumb. I still stand by not walking into the Stroke. I think they play like 2. If they have Stroke there, I just lose, like, immediately. The hope is that their hand was like burn spells and Stroke and like pieces of the puzzle. Instead, their hand was consider opt, consider, blind flip a bird. And they had the one of Otawara both games. I will say, though, I think we will probably try a second league of this deck, just like we played basically 2 leagues. We played a prelim and a league with that green-white build, but we're going to play a 4th Nykthos next time. I can already tell I'm going to be starved for Nykthos in many of my games. Well, we're going to keep it. Gigantha, okay. Oh, no. That is not a good sign. That probably means Bring to Light. This is a awful matchup for me. We don't even have, like, good sideboard cards for this matchup. Yeah, I'm so dead. This match is just over. We'll see, but... play this, play this. Probably pitch portable hole here. Go. Portable hole was good against Fable, though. God damn it, dude. This could just be Jeskai Ascendancy. Oh my god. Got rid of portable. Okay, so they actually might just be on Jeskai Ascendancy. Alright. Jesus. Alright, well. Maybe we don't need to add a fourth Nick, though. Who knows? That was disgusting. I think they're just, well, we'll see. Okay, no, they're just playing Bring the Light. Yeah, this is actually, like, a way worse matchup for me than Jeskai Ascendancy 2. I was just being hopeful. I am so insanely screwed. If they have, like, any good cards at all, and we're just, like, flooding like crazy this game, too. Ugh. Brutal. This is so annoying, man. What are the odds we get paired into this? It's so low. Just another Omnath. Oh, Bring the Light. Even worse. Oh, Escape to the Wilds? Okay, dude. Give me a break. At least they... Oh, yeah, they hit a land. They have a Bring the Light in there. I am just so insanely dead. Crazy how dead I am. Not a terrible draw. I do think I probably want a Virtue here. Combat for you. Get counters on each of them. Go ahead. Oh my god, dude. Yep. Bring to Light. Trigger Beanstalk. Whatever they get, we'll trigger Beanstalk. We'll see what they go get. Omnath. Okay. That doesn't actually trigger Beanstalk. They've already played a land, I think. Wait, what? To cast a Leyline Binding. Oh my god, dude. They leave the wrong mana floating? They did. Right, well, at least they kind of screwed up, but it's not even going to remotely matter, I don't think. That's pretty good, I guess. Let's play this. Okay, that's pretty good too. So, do I have enough mana to play? That's 5. Play this, use 2, 5. Yeah, I can actually play both these if I just pitch this. So, I guess that's what we'll do. Play a wedding. Keep this one. Play this. No attacks. Well, unfortunately, this is not even going to be remotely close to good enough, but how bad is their hand? Their hand must be egregious. I'll block here and then throw 2 at your face. Cannot possibly imagine I can win this game, but we'll see, I guess. Yeah, just like bring to light. Oh, hardcast Valky. Yeah, that makes sense. Eat the Phyrexian Vindicator. Draw a card off Bean. What? Okay, that seems terrible for me. Alright, that's more than enough of that game. Dude, this matchup is so poor. It is just insane. Let's bring all these in. I guess I cut... Portable's like okay because it deals with Chain to the Rocks. Master of the Unseen is pretty slow. Is Arkan good? I guess it can be, yeah. It stops Bring to Light at least. Again, Virtue probably just too slow. Maybe though Mastery's too... Maybe Virtue's like okay, I don't know. It's like a body... Early... I have no idea. Maybe the Masteries are too slow here. I think Portable's okay because it hits Chain to the Rocks and Fable Token and Beanstalk. I actually think it's good. I'm wondering if it's Mastery of the Unseen. Maybe this is too slow. It's just glacially slow. I think I'm going to get rid of Mastery and leave some amount of Virtues in. We could, like, trim on Portal. I don't know. I think it's actually going to be good because they're a Beanstalk deck and a Chain to the Rock deck. Ossification. Maybe this is how we beat Omnath. Maybe I just have to trim on Virtues. I could trim on, like, Thraben Inspectors and stuff, too, but they build Devotion and are still, like, plays, are still, you know, technically 2-for-1s. I think I'm going to do this. Vindicator is pretty garbage here, too, to be honest, but we just have to try and win the game. We, like, need threats. This was a disaster pairing. This would have been a pretty bad pairing for Green-White, too, but at least Green-White had Raidane and could have tutored Raidane. And Dramoka's command was pretty good against this kind of deck, too, because if they block with Carroted, they just get blown out, so they can, like, never block with Carroted. kind of a disaster. Lose to just the luck sack blue-red opponent, and then get paired into a nightmare matchup. We cannot do this. It's one thing we could have done in the Phoenix matchup is I could have mulliganed that first hand, but I do think that was a good hand. It wasn't good for what they had, but what they had, in my opinion, was very unrealistic. So, all right, I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna get rid of one Vindicator, I think. Could get rid of the Ossification too, but I think the Ossification might be important in this game. Go. Well, now the question is how we're going to play next turn. This will be interesting. I made his Rafine's Informant pitch a spell crew attack. It's probably the only way we're realistically beating their deck is just slamming. Yep. Yeah, sitting here and drawing cards with Bank, probably not the way to play. I likely just pitch this, but let's do this. My life total really matters that much. Let's do this, draw a card. Yeah, I'm going to pitch the Archon here. Nice, Potato, nice. Next turn I can play Vindicator, Crew, 7 them. Like, it's a pretty aggressive draw from us, which is kind of what we need. Rending Volley, rude. It's fine though. Okay. Not bad. Play this, pop clue. P-hole. Portable hole on the bean is probably pretty good, although maybe it's better to draw a card here. I'm going to attack for 5. This denies them a lot of resources. It's a little less mana efficient for me, but it's probably right. I'm just going to do this. Goodbye, Bean. Go. That definitely gives me the best chance to win the game, because I cannot let them draw a bunch of cards. Sure. Yep. God, fuck off, man. So they just have another great play. So stupid, dude. Yep. Probably. We'll see. They might go. They might go get the thing that sweeps the table. They also might just get a Valky and eat the Vindicator. Valky eat Vindicator is a little sus. Doesn't really do that much for them. Like, all they need to do is just prolong the game and they can't lose, so we'll see what they do. Yeah, Potato, I agree. Them rending, volleying Vindicator would have been nice. I literally cannot think of a worst possible matchup that we could have got paired into. I'm so annoyed. Like, this deck isn't even good. That's the most annoying thing. Like, this is, like, literally just worse than Enigmatic, in my opinion. I have no idea. Like, it beats Rakdos, and it probably doesn't beat a lot of the other stuff happening. It's just so frustrating. I mean, I can Wandering Emperor, make a 2-2 crew, kill this. Could also just ignore this and then put them to 3. Maybe that's the line, actually. It does just let them draw 2 cards, though. I think I'm just supposed to leave the Tybalt alone. I don't know. I do have Ossificate. Like, I think I just need this 4 points of damage. If they have anything good, I've lost anyway. I just need to hope their hand is atrocious, that their plus is atrocious. I don't know. I'm going at them. I have no idea how else I win this game. Like, if I kill the Tybalt and they have literal anything, I lose. If I attack them and they have literal anything, I lose. It just really doesn't matter. I'm going to lose if they have anything regardless. So I may as well just hope they have nothing. Yeah. Iganjo Omnath, great. Omnath, nice. That's what I like to see. Probably about to concede this one. If they play a fetch, I'm just picking them up. Yep, that's enough. Screw this, dude. It's so ridiculous. Just have one of their 4 fetches every single game, too. This is their second fetch. It's the only fetch in the format with Omnath. They just had it both times. Super annoying start to this league, man. Very frustrating. I don't think this deck is that bad at all. To just lose 4 games in a row like that. I mean, that matchup is so bad, but... So I'm not surprised we got 0-2'd by that. But losing 0-2 to Phoenix is sickening. It's a deck on paper that, again, should be favored into Phoenix. This one much more so than the green-white one from yesterday. I think this one is probably quite favored into Phoenix. On paper, at least. But... Alright, well, we're going to hope to turn things around. Bad start to the league, but we can still pick it up here. Still plenty of chances to just get a 3-2, and a 3-2 would be good. Like I said at the beginning, that's what I wanted. We probably did a little better with that green-white deck than we should have. We went, okay, well, we're playing against Rakdos. This is what we want. Just normal rack mid. It's a very good hand against rack mid. This card's not exciting, but it's fine. This Nykthos card would probably be good in a mono green deck, you know? Yeah, I think it would be. Fatal Push, my Thraben Inspector. This dude is high. What a wild Fatal Push. Alright, that's fine. There is no way. This explains why they're 0-2 with Rakdos. That play is atrocious. It may work, but that is not a good play. Even if they have multiple, like, that's just such a crazy exchange. All right, I don't know. How do they beat a I mean, Mastery is going to be so bad for them. I think I'm just going to, like, Portable Hole and Mastery to build Devotion? Maybe they think I'm Convoke. Okay, you might be right. You might be right. They might think I'm Convoke. That would have, I guess, made sense. Alright, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. The only question is, I think I want to Bank Buster because next turn I can draw a card and ossify. Or I can go, you know, Mastery, draw a card. What's weird is I kind of don't want to ossify this because then I can't really beat a Shieldred very well. I could just play a Vindicator. They've already spewed a Fatal Push. Like, how likely is... I mean, they could have various things that would deal with this, but... Builds up my mana a lot for next turn, which I kind of like. Yeah, I do not think I'm supposed to use this yet, which means I'm probably just supposed to... I don't know. It's close. I feel like this play is a lot better if they don't have the Shieldred. Like, I get much further ahead. It's more likely that they just have some generic kill spell for this. This does just give me a ton of mana next turn. If this doesn't die, I get to, like, do everything I want. Problem is, if this does just get hit with a removal spell, I'm not really gaining anything. Draw a card. So you're thinking just don't play the Vindicator. Once we draw a card, we're committing to not playing this. I guess I can just draw a card and play Mastery. That's not, like, that bad. Yeah, I agree. Vindicator probably just dies. Alright, that's a pretty good draw. I'm just going to play Mastery, I guess. Alright, this is lining up pretty well. Kroxa in the end. Alright. Them discarding 2 spells is pretty interesting. The end, in particular, is, like, very interesting. Okay, Thoughtseize is, like, annoying, but not the end of the world. They take Vindicator, so I guess they don't have an answer. Sure. That's pretty wild. Another Fable, maybe? Okay. Ooh. Alright, well... Now that they've shown severe weakness I mean, there's no way you take Vindicator. Yeah, they did, but they discarded it. There's no way you take the Vindicator if you don't have a removal spell, right? And we're obviously doing this. We're obviously doing this. The question is, what do we do now? A few options here. They're just going to get to Croxamy. I still kind of don't want to play the Vindicator. Is that crazy? Like, I think it might just be better to pop Clue, activate Bankbuster. I just don't think this does anything if they have another removal spell. It seems unlikely they have another removal spell with that Thoughtseize. I'm shocked they didn't just take the Ossification. The problem, though, is if I play the Vindicator, they just replay Croxa and I have to pitch the Ossification. But then I have a ton of Devotion. I don't know, this is pretty weird. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Problem is, I'm gonna have to beat like 2 Fables as well. Like I'm really not in a great spot. Especially if I have to discard the Ossification. So I guess I just have to pass. Discard Bankbuster, torch the tower. Alright, pitching Bankbuster here is, man, they've just discarded a million spells in this game. It's kind of insane. I do have an interesting line here. I could manifest and then crew Bankbuster. I don't know that that is good, though. Yeah, I think I'm just going to draw cards and take 4. Liliana of the Veil? Okay. That seems like a really weird play to me. This seems terrible. I'm going to draw a card. I don't understand what they're doing here. Why would you not just play Croxa? I guess if they have a hand hate spell, it's interesting. I guess I wait to pop now. I'm just going to discard this land for sure. They pitch a second Bankbuster. Dude, this is unhinged, the way they're playing this game. Just throwing away all of their resources. If we lose this game, I'm going to want to be sick. All right, that was a pretty good draw. A couple of pretty good draws there. So it's very tricky how we want to play the game from here. We definitely want to build up our devotion. I guess maybe I start by just drawing a card on Bankbuster here. Although I could Vindicator Crew attack and try to kill this Liliana. Yeah, so I guess I can go Ossify Reflection, and then Vindicator, and then Crew attack Liliana. That is probably the play. It's probably fine. That leaves me Portable Hole for the Croxa. Can ditch this to the Croxa when they buy it back. Or is it better to just... I don't know. This is hard. I think, though, I want to do this. Attack your Lily. See if they have the kill spell. I can't imagine they don't have the kill spell here with the way they've played this game, but... Okay, apparently they don't. Alright, they have just spewed so many resources in this game, it is insane. Go ahead. Rude. Alright, I'll take 4 to 10. We're in, like, pretty okay shape here. So they Croxa, I have to discard the Virtue, then I get to Portable Hold the Croxa. And we're just going to start making mastery tokens. I mean, I feel like we're in very, very reasonable shape. There's honestly some argument to even keep the Virtue, but I think Portable Hole's better. I think this is really not needed. Although it is super busted with mastery, but... Let's just think for a second. Alright, so... If I were to keep the Virtue, I have how much mana? 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is 7, 8, 9. I have 9 mana. I could go cast Virtue and Mastery, make a Guy, which would become a 3/3. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Is this actually... This is kind of wild, but I'm strongly debating pitching the hole. I guess I probably don't need this, but it is very interesting to me, honestly. Like, I don't know if this can... It's close. I'm going to get rid of the Virtue. I think the Virtue might actually be right to keep here, but... I want to draw a card right now. Probably. Fiend's Informant. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8 mana. I can double Mastery. I'm just going to double Mastery here. I'm just going to leave the Vindicator back, I think. I'm just going to start building up a board. Maybe they're stupid and don't realize I can block and then throw damage. Okay. Okay, it's annoying, but fine. Yeah. Sure, whatever. Yeah. It's probably not what they want to do. Probably red mana for a bone. Yep. Oh, they can't attack. That's the good news. Bad news is my clock is getting pretty low. Alright, Nykthos, white. What is it? Plains, cool. Manifest again. What is it? Portable hole, okay. Fiend's Informant. Sure. That's another good way to use my mana, I guess, but that's just worse than... Yeah, I'm just going to pitch this. And I'm just going to probably pass here. I do not think our opponent is favored in the long game here at all. If we ever flip a creature to manifest, they're just in huge trouble to that. Okay, devotion to white. Wedding announcement. Okay. Ossification. Okay. Alright, another Vindicator here is fire. Let's Nykthos. Probably. I guess I could play this first. A lot of manifesting being done here. All right, another Mastery of the Unseen. Sure, I'm going to activate this again. All right, I think I can probably pretty safely start making attacks with Vindicator. Plains. And next turn, I might just be able to attack all and kill them, honestly, but we'll see. They should end step, clone the Glutton, eat 2 creatures, drain 2. Okay. I do have double Chef at Dune activation too, so they probably are just dead. If I untap at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 attackers, Liliana resolves, man. You got it. Okay. Plussing is pretty awkward there. I don't know what that did for them at all. Alright, yeah. If I just double activate Dunes, I'm fairly certain they're dead. Crew this, double activate Dunes. This is 14 in the air. Yeah, they're so dead. Crew this. Alright, they've had enough. Wild game there. Wild game. Alright, let's get these stupid Vindicators out of our deck and bring in Gideons and Wandering Emperors. It's the only change I'm going to make. Pretty sure our opponent should have won that game. They discarded like so many great cards. I don't know what they were doing. Discarding both their Bank Busters is just actually just unforgivable in that kind of matchup. Alright, well, we're snapping this. Keep. Yep, good luck. Have fun. Probably have to take the Bank Buster unless they have like a K Command or a Braid. Then they might take the Gideon, but okay, yep. Makes sense. Land go. Alright. Getting our hand torn apart here. It's a little unfortunate, but good news is we have a pretty good hand, so. Also, the good news is most of our spells are pretty good against them. If they jam a Fable here, is another hand hate spell. Sure, I'm gonna Portable Hole that token more than likely. Yeah, I'm gonna P-hole the token. Go ahead. God, dude, this is so annoying. I'm gonna, I guess, make a 2/2 here. Right, still Thoughtseize the Emperor. I assume. Yep. Yep. They just have to leave this alone and attack. It's fine. I'm gonna keep the land drop here. Play it, go. Okay. Fiend's Informant, kind of real. They're just going to pitch the land and then ossify their reflection. Go. Okay, well, that's not good. Not a terrible draw, not a great one either, but how to get this draw off Bankbuster here. They should have done it main phase so they could play a land. I guess they could blood. They could blood to guarantee they get to Kroxa. This play seems much better. Yeah, shouldered there is pretty frickin' annoying. Do this. Wow, they're attacking. Interesting. Can I draw an untapped land, please? That'd be nice. A Emperor would be insane, too. Gladly take either one of those. Bankbuster. That's not quite it, Chief. We're going to play it and draw. I guess there is a reason not to because the Croak's in their yard. Probably not supposed to draw. So awkward. All right. 2U here. Go. Probably should have drew a card before deciding what I wanted to do here, but I think taking damage is just not acceptable. I think I need to block. I also just need to concede if I fall too much further behind because of the clock. There's just no reason to screw around with any of this. Another Bankbuster is pretty awful. We needed these like 5 turns ago. Just drew them too late. Could play Virtue. It doesn't really matter that much. I think I'm pretty happy to go to the next game, honestly. We're pretty cooked here. Yep, we were dead. No, I don't really think I'm going to change anything. Hopefully my opponent doesn't go hand hate spell, hand hate spell, hand hate spell, Bankbuster. Alright, this hand is quite good. Removal and 2 2-for-1s. Turn that stop off for now. Play a Thraven go. Okay, that doesn't hit the Thraben, so we're just going to put another Thraben down and be happy about it. Play this, go. It is a little mana inefficient, but puts the most pressure on them. And also just guarantees I get the 2-for-1 on the Thraben. Sure, whatever. Could draw into Portable Hole. But I think I'm just going to do this and pass. I kind of think they're going to play a 3-mana spell here. Okay, nope, they're just going to use Bankbuster. Okay. Bro, this is so stupid, man. Could pop it now. I do have a fair amount of good hits. I'm going to do it now. We have a lot of good hits. Great. It's another frickin' land. It's a classic game of my opponent casting Thoughtseize. Yep, just spewing fatal pushes. Just won't matter, though. I've drawn actual 0 spells. I had 2 cards in my hand that redrew. It is turn 4. I have not drawn a single spell in the game. Yep, sure. Well, we finally drew a spell, so that's nice. Huh. I'm gonna attack. If they block with Blood Tithe, I can Wandering Emperor plus. Maybe that's bad. Maybe that's stupid. I guess that probably is not good. Whatever. I'm just gonna say go. Too many things can go wrong. I also don't really want to expose the Wandering Emperor to removal. Or to them attacking it, rather. Not removal, but... I think I go block and then Wandering Emperor plus. I think this is a lot. This is the best into Stomp, I'm pretty sure. Sure. It's fine. Get premium removal spells out on my Thraben Inspectors. I mean, that's a win for me. Okay, that's fine. That's... okay, that's also pretty good. So I can ossify this, make 2/2 play this, make thing. I think that makes sense. I'd also just exile this, but I think I just want bodies. I think I just want to go body here. One issue is they can hive me, but... I'd rather do this. Commits their entire turn to do that if they do that, I guess. They do that. They probably fire up Hive and kill the Wandering Emperor. That's, like, not a bad turn for me, though. Because now I just still have a Gideon. Obviously, this is not great, but Wandering Emperor definitely did some work. Got a Rending Volley out of their hand on a Thraben. Got rid of a Blood Tithe Harvester. Keep a Gideon in play. Jesus, dude. My draws have been abysmal in these games. It's so annoying. I could just plus and just start beating them up rather than make tokens. That might be the best way to play. Just try and kill them with Gideon. Especially given I have an Ganjo. I think I kind of like that the best. Just like try and beat them down. I don't know what 2/2s are doing me at this point, so... just frickin' try to kill him. Go. Okay. The end? Dude, are you freaking... I forgot this thing could hit walkers. God damn it, dude. Alright, yep, sure. goodness, man. I cannot believe we're going to lose to Rakdos with this deck. I actually cannot believe it. 4 Masteries, 3 Bank Busters, a pile of Thrabins, removal, Planeswalkers. Like, just, you'd assume just a beautiful matchup for me. The opponent probably threw game 1, too, for being honest. They probably should have won that game as well. So just an absolutely sickening league thus far. I almost don't even want to finish it. I'm so pissed off, but we'll keep going. 4 wedding announcements, just all sorts of great cards. I've drawn literally 1 spell the entire game. I think the only spell I've drawn in this entire game was the Wandering Emperor. I've drawn 10 cards, 1 spell. I don't even think that's exaggeration. I am fairly certain. I guess maybe I drew Gideon. I drew Gideon, so I lied. I've drawn 2 spells in 10 turns. I've got to kill that bank. I'll take 4. Oh my god, a spell? It's a miracle. Alright, let's play this. I guess I attack? I think I do. Alright, pass it over. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good for me. Make a thing. I'm just gonna play another one, I guess. And I'm just gonna pass. Okay. Feels like they might be flooding or just like have a bunch of removal in their hand. I'm just going to chump block with a plains. Okay. They should have attacked. Not attacking is a good way to lose. Just let me build a board. Wandering Emperor. Okay. Portable Hole. That is more devotion, so I think I'm going to do it. And now I can make 2 things on their turn. I'm just going to pass. Okay, planes. Well, now things have gotten pretty bad for our opponent. I could activate Chef at Dunes. I don't think I'm going to. I'm just going to do this. Play this. Activate it. Make a thing. Pass. Okay, go. Next turn, I'm just going to end step, make a thing, and then Chef at Dunes. Probably kill them. My assumption, at least. Shield Regear is annoying. Oh, Extinction Event, uneven. Dude, give me a break. Bro, what the hell, man? Come on, dude. Ugh. I still might lose. I'm just going to make a thing and chump. Yeah. Could have a push, I guess, which apparently they do. It's not really a surprise, but oh my god, that's so insane. Okay. I actually cannot believe we're going to lose this game. This is unbelievable. Oh, wow. Fiend's Informant is... yeah, of course, that would have been a great thing to flip to the Mastery a long time ago. Would have gave me a crap ton of life. Play this. I think I'm just dead, but we'll see. I'm also like probably gonna lose the clock too. It's a total disaster. It just doesn't do enough anymore. It's probably better than third mastery, but it's just nothing. I guess it's better. It's another body, right? Pass. If they don't fire up both man lands, I guess I don't die, but I think they can fire up both man lands. I have to hit exactly like Thraben or another... like if I hit a Thraben or another Rafine's Informant, I can win, I guess. But I think they just fire up both man lands. Yeah. So I have to hit a Rafine's Informant or a Thraben or I lose. Actually, I don't even know if that's enough. We'll figure out in a sec. Yeah, I don't even... yeah, it still is not enough. Well, actually, maybe it is. Let's flip it up. I get a double block. I gain 4 life. I'm actually not dead here. Wait, no, I am dead. I'm still dead. God dang it, that sucks, dude. What really cost me was playing this Bankbuster, funny enough, is what lost me this game. If I just would have made 2 guys and played around that Extinction Event better, I could have not lost. But using the Nykthos on my turn and like
just making a thing main phase was really bad for me. That is such a brutal loss. Alright, well, I'm not going to drop. Let's see if we can get the min amount of play points here, but this has been just so brutal. It's been a minute since we've had a bad league, to be fair. I don't think I've had worse than a 4-1 in like 2 weeks, so I guess I was due up for a bad one, but this has been really frustrating. I think we've also 3-1'd like 5 prelims in a row, so we're certainly due up, but frickin' A, man. Guess if I wouldn't have kept Virtue there, we maybe weren't dead too. Flipping that Thraben, I would have gained more life. I'm going to keep. Let's see if we can get a win. Can we win a match? Hand looks good. We'll see what happens. Worth noting, these ossifications don't do anything yet. I don't have a basic, but I would imagine we can find one at some point, hopefully. Mono green. Oh, nope, never mind. Lotus. Well, horrible game 1 matchup for me. At this point, I almost just want my opponent to just put me out of my misery. We do have a lot of good cards to them post-board, though. We have 4 Damping Sphere, 3 Archons, so certainly not a matchup we cannot win post-board, but it'll be pretty tough to do it here game 1. Play this, pitch an ossification. Hopefully we hit an untapped land, can portable hold this, and then just punch them for 4. Yeah, so do this. Rafine's Informant. For you. Go. We do actually, like, have a pretty good clock here. If I hit an untapped land, I just, like, play this and then 7 them. And they have the Thespian stage, unfortunately, so let's kind of see what happens here, but well, that's not great. What the heck is this? A deck that's been doing a lot of losing. Kyle, a lot of losing. It's been a disastrous league. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm kind of hopeful my opponent just beats me so I can log off for the day and be done. All right. I think I want to do this, and I mean, I know I can't attack here anyway, so I guess I should activate the bank. So I'm just going to do this. Well, I mean, attacking with this might be better than attacking with this, right? It's more damage. So I guess I'd do this and pop Clue. Always yield. Pop this. Great. That's exactly what I was hoping for, was another ossification. It's awesome. It's exactly what we needed. Just what the doctor ordered. All right. Well, opponent was probably going to kill me regardless, but no, I agree, Kyle. If we could have Vindicated there, we had lethal, but now they don't have to do anything for another turn. They don't even have to win the game this turn, although they probably were going to win the game this turn regardless, but now they don't have to. But maybe I was always going to lose anyway. Petition, get, pour over the pages, I assume. Oh, they didn't get mana there. All right. Well, a little late. It's very frustrating. I mean, I just have to do this. I don't have another option. Get to hit them for 8, put them to 4, and just hope that they can't win. Pretty unlikely that they won't be able to win, but we'll see. Combat. 8, yep, go. Okay. Yeah, it was actually a close game. If we would have hit the land, we probably win. It's just a difference of me hitting a land on turn 4 and not having a land. We've had some brutal losses in this league. Like, the loss to Rakdos was heartbreaking. It's a wonderful matchup for us, but we didn't draw a spell until turn 6 in game 3. Just actual 0 spells after getting Thoughtseized as usual. Yep, Omniscience, okay. Probably can't beat this. Okay, yep. The loss to Phoenix was ridiculous. Opponent just had the one of Otawara both games. Game 2, they had it on like turn 4. Just the only out to Vindicator. They had a thing in the ice on 2, flipped it on turn 4. I chose to, yeah, this is fine. we're just gonna move on here. All right, 4 Damping Spheres, 3 Archons, Gideon, Ossification, and Portable Hold get out of my deck. Wedding Announcement's really slow, so I'm probably going to cut at least one of these. That probably makes sense. All right, let's just try this and see what happens. Actually, I probably should have cut Mastery of the Unseen. Yeah. I'm going to keep this. We've got Damping Sphere. But Mastery should probably be, like, I don't know, super slow. So I don't think this is particularly good. We'll see what happens, though. The hand's, like, not the worst. It could certainly be better, but having a Damping Sphere is nice. we do get to build up devotion, so it's, you know, it's not the worst. Yep. Alright, I'm actually just going to play a bank. It's way better than mastery. Not a bad draw. This goddamn mana monkey, dude. Alright, I think I just want to draw a card, to be honest. Try and hit my lands for Gideon. Nice. Now they double Lotus, and then I get to Damping Sphere them off mana. This should be pretty good, hopefully. Yeah. Alright, please draw a land deck. Untap land. It could even be another Nykthos. I'd be annoyed, but... okay. Well, I'm going to do this. See if we need a different land. We did it. Damping Sphere, go. Okay, now they can't do anything. Let's go. I draw a card, play Gideon, make a 2/2. Okay, nice. Go ahead. Alright. Damping Sphere, good magic card against Lotus, it turns out. Alright, let's probably get these masteries out of my deck. Although I don't even... the problem is, like, just none of my cards are... oh, this matchup is just... At least this one I have a lot of hate for. Similar to Phoenix, we didn't get there against Phoenix and have a lot of hate against them too, but maybe we can finally win a match. This has been a just putrid league. There's nothing else to say. I think this card is way too slow. I'm going to cut these. I'm going to bring in... Does Rest in Peace do anything against them? Probably not enough. Not enough that I want 4. Maybe I want a couple, though. It does kind of shut off some of the things they do. It does build up my devotion. I might just want Wandering Emperor, the Wedding Announcement, and maybe 1 Rip. I could also have a Mize, like, Ossification to deal with a thing that they put into play. I kind of like the Mize Ossification. This is a lot of 4-mana plays. I'm pretty uncomfortable with this. You want, like, 1 more Ossification. Instead of a Wandering Emperor, maybe. I think that'll serve me a little better. Let's do this. Again, I'm not sure it shouldn't just be Rest in Peace. Rest in Peace would be reasonable too, but I'm not really a believer in Rest in Peace against this deck, especially because they've shown they're on a Fey build, so they don't even need their graveyard. This hand has no hate. I just have to mulligan this. No Arc and no Damping Sphere means mulligan the hand, probably. Alright. Keep this. Get rid of a land, probably. This guy just has Grazer every single game. Yep, of course. Why not? Sure. Super lame. Play this go. You know, I wonder if instead of Arcanum of Maria, if we should have just played Deafening Silence. Deafening Silence would be a lot better against Phoenix. And it builds up that devotion. Something to maybe think about in future builds. I do want to try this deck again with how bad this went. Kind of just really makes me want to do it one more time. Sure, you got a Temple, dude. Next turn they're gonna do the Lotus stuff. I could play Bankbuster, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Because I won't be attacking with it next turn anyway, so I'm just going to do this. Next turn is almost certainly going to be an Arcanum of Maria turn. I'm just going to pitch a Plains here. It's a little awkward because now it can't get through the Grazer, but I'm going to have an Arcanum that also can't get through the Grazer, so whatever. How they're choosing to play this is really interesting. They're just trying not to get got by Damping Sphere, obviously. Makes sense. Boseiju, yeah, they're really playing around it hard. Makes sense. Alright, well, probably just do this. Attack. Then play an Arcan. Next turn I can go Bankbuster, draw a card, or Lotus, and copy the Lotus. It's fine. Yep, sure, whatever. A horrible draw. Just play this, play Bankbuster. I can't play two spells, so it's gotta just be this alone. Attack, go. Sure. Okay. Okay. Probably gets what? Ugin? We'll see what they go get. I get to see what they go get, so we're gonna know. Is an Ugin. Damping Sphere. So I have to Damping Sphere them after the Ugin is in play, I guess? God, this is so weird. I wonder if they'll Boseiju this. They might. Yeah, I kind of wonder if I'm supposed to just like, well, no, that's not good. I guess I just Vindicator Crew attack all. They might Boseiju this. Problem is then beating the Ugin is just nearly impossible. I mean, I can maybe do it with the Bankbuster, I guess. think I have to do it this way. Hope they get greedy with their Beseiju. I mean, they're just going to chump block. It's a pretty easy chump. Okay, apparently not. They should have really just, I think, chump blocked. But here we are. I guess if they're going to Ugin uptick, this makes sense. That's so disgusting, man. Alright. Hard cast? Well, those two ossifications I have in my deck could end up being big. We're going to start doing this. Jeez, dude. Just really cannot catch a break. Okay, it's something. Probably just have to play the Damping Sphere. Make them Beseiju it. Go. Said we could still draw an ossification. We do have 2 of those in the deck. Let's go Ugin uptick on Rafine, I assume. Oh, never mind. These also have Ultimatum. Why not? Yeah, okay, sure. It makes everything make a little more sense. All right, well, 0-4 league. That's it's pretty rough. Yeah, I mean, I can't win. I can, like, put the Chandra back. They have an Ugin in their hand that I know they're going to get cast. King Chainsaw. Oh, my goodness, dude. Yeah, I mean, I think with some tuning, it could definitely be better than it is. I think we ran pretty atrociously. My opponent has kept... They've had a Grazer every single game. They've had a turn 1 or 2 Grazer in every game of this match. Can we get a Gamba on 0-5? I'm not playing the 5th match. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Like, not only did our deck just kind of not function multiple times, like, just flood like crazy. Our opponents also just had just everything they needed all the time. It was so frustrating. No, yeah, losing to Red-Black guy was pretty sick. Pretty sick. To be fair, I drew 1 spell in 7 turns in Game 3. Like, actually just could not draw a spell. And by the time we drew a spell, we were kind of able to fight, but it just put us way behind. We finally found a Mastery of the Unseen. Looked like we were going to win, and then they extinction evented my entire board away. I mean, whatever. We're going to put this away. We'll make them go off, but we're dead. Uh-huh. Sure, whatever. Yeah, you're right. We should have lost game 1, actually, I think. Yeah, the matchup with Red Black did not actually seem that good. I think Master of the Unseen probably just a little too slow. Vindicator also is terrible against Red Black, which is a problem with playing Vindicator in your deck. Very good against Phoenix, but awful versus Red Black. I thought the rest of the deck would be good enough, though, to make it okay, but there's just too much bullshit going on in this deck. We probably have to revisit this one. We will revisit it. I do want to try it again. In 2025? No. Probably tomorrow. But this was terrible. I mean, this could not have gone any worse, honestly. I cannot imagine how this could have gone worse. Oh, sure. Yeah, the Heliod combo. Yeah, I mean, I did think about the Fable version, non-Nykthos play Fable. Yeah, Fable's probably great, obviously. Then we get to play Chain to the Rocks instead of Portable Hole, which is just a better card. Well, I could draw Ossification. That is certainly not an Ossification. Kind of just feels like our deck has just done this a lot to us this league too, right? Just like cannot draw spells. It's so stupid. Maybe 25 lands was too many. I don't know. We also lost game 1 of this match to missing our 4th land, so it's just kind of gone every way. It just cannot catch a break. But yeah, I mean, they still have 1 turn to draw an Ossification. Problem is they just get to pick this up and do this again. Yeah. All right, go. Yeah. Chandra is hard cast Chandra. Oh. Oh, they're hard casting Zakama. Alright, that's enough. That's enough. I've seen enough. We're 0-4. It's it for this league. That was insane how bad that went, honestly. I honestly cannot believe how bad that league was. We lost to literally everything. Phoenix, then we played like an unwinnable matchup. I think the Bring to Light deck, just we're never beating that the way I've constructed this. But then we lost to Rakdos. I mean, Phoenix, in theory, we should beat it. Rakdos, we should beat it. So these 2 losses were just disgusting. And then we have like a very dedicated sideboard to Lotus, and we still just lost to it anyway. So will I be borrowing this for F&M tonight? No, I don't think so. I don't know what I'm playing at F&M tonight. Whatever Kyle Montgomery gives me, I guess. But I'm pretty sure it won't be this. This is the kind of deck that he would only build me if I asked ahead of time. Yeah, holy crap, dude. That was insane how bad that was. I feel like one of the big problems is we didn't get Devotion quick. Like our Nykthoses just aren't that good. Like this is the only card that really bumps up your Devotion, and it's just way too soft to removal. Just pretty garbage. We could play the Owl. The Owl could be good instead of this card. The Owl might be a lot better than this card. hits a lot of our stuff, too. Hits almost everything, actually. Actually hits every card in the deck other than Inspector and Informant. It doesn't hit lands either, but... As cool as Vindicator seemed, it was atrocious. It was honestly just awful. Even against Phoenix, my opponent just had Otawara both times, so, do with that what you will. Could be a good sideboard card, I guess. Yeah, I mean, if we're, taking this seriously, if we are trying to build the Devotion deck, actually make the Devotion deck good, we're probably not supposed to play this. It's just too slow for this day and age. We're probably not supposed to play any of this. Virtue of Loyalty is just not good enough when you're not playing Elves, I don't think. I think the only way to make Virtue good is to play Llanowar Elves. I think we probably found its sweet spot with the first deck we played, and we're just never going to find a deck that's as good. It's just so good with the Seeka's Chariot, too. But it just really doesn't make sense in this deck. It doesn't build up Devotion. You don't go wide that well. So we're probably just not supposed to play Virtue. And then maybe we do play red-white. Just don't play Nykthos. Figure out the mana later. We play the Owl. Owl is really good with Fable, too. It's a good thing to copy. Where in the hell is this Owl? It is an Owl, right? There it is. Arcanist Owl. This deck needs a better clock. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're just not going to have a better clock. You just don't get that in this kind of deck. What's the payout for being mono-white Devotion? Well, it was Nykthos and Vindicator was the idea, but man, did it play badly. Maybe would try something like this. You were about to ask the same question. It was bad, man. I don't know. If we had Fable, our deck's going to get a lot better. I feel like this kind of deck should main deck Rest in Peace, too. Honestly. Rest in Peace is pretty good in this format, but maybe I just want all four on the board. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about what we do tomorrow, but chainsaw. Barf. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. This league was rough, but we did really good with green-white the last 2 days. That was cool. I'm honestly shocked at how well we did with that deck. We went 7-2 with it, 4-1 in a league, 3-1 in a prelim. The deck did not feel that good to me, but it was just barely squeaking out wins, so that was sweet. We did make Virtue look pretty good in that deck. I don't know. There's got to be a way we can build Devotion with Virtue with enough token producing things that it's good. I don't know. If it didn't feel good, then it's probably just nonsense. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of just playing it for fun, though. In regards to the Virtue, at least. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if we can make mono white a good virtue deck. I want to, but I really just don't know how to do it. Maybe we play like Secure the Wastes. Problem is we need like mana acceleration, and Nykthos is the only real way I think you can do it. Enigmatic Virtues. Xanafarius. That sounds so ridiculous, dude. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't know. We need things that sit in play that build our devotion that people cannot interact with. So we need like artifacts and enchantments, specifically that generate tokens. Maybe not Master of the Unseen, because it might just be too slow. I don't know. Dawn of Hope could be interesting. What does Dawn of Hope do again? This one has a lot of text, if I remember correctly. Maybe I want to play Dawn of Hope. 4 mana, makes a token with lifelink. Whenever you gain life, you can pay 2 and draw a card. So similar to Mastery of the Unseen, but probably just a lot better. Fires could definitely be a thing, yeah, if we went red. Fires actually could be really cool. Really good with the owl, too. Owl finds fires. Red-white enchantment from Throne. Oh, yeah, doesn't that thing, like, give everything +1? The red-white enchantment from Throne. I think we might be talking about a different card. There's, like... It's not Throne, it's, well, maybe it is Throne, I don't know. Assembled a Legion. I think that's too slow. I'm also not... Is that card even legal in Pioneer? Maybe we are talking about the same card. Are you talking about Outlaw's Merriment? Alright, this actually could be good. It builds devotion. Yeah, this could be sweet, actually. There's another one that I was thinking of that is 5 mana, so it might not be playable. It's in the... I don't even remember. It's the extra cards. The extra cards for one of the sets. The one that had the Human Lord that pumps stuff. That wasn't part of the actual set, but it was part of the extra stuff. There's like a red-white enchantment in that that's 5 mana that like gives everything +1/+0 and haste or something, and then I think it kind of does like a Yorion type thing where it can like flicker stuff. No idea the name of the card though. This could be interesting. It really could. I guess let's just look up white enchantments. That's probably a good thing to do here. Pioneer, white enchantments. I'm not going to log off for a little bit here, but we are done playing for the day. They do get countered by board wipes, yeah. Just kind of rough, obviously. Yeah, I think green-white was just kind of the sweet spot for Virtue. I just don't know if we can make this work. The trick is we just need... We need, like, good things that sit and play that let us do powerful things. Arcan of Sun's Grace could be very solid, too. This is something I thought about instead of the stupid... instead of that stupid Vindicator. Restoration of Iganjo could be good, yeah. Alright, and then we want it to be a white enchantment, too. White enchantment, legal and pioneer. Could build like a Starfield of Nyx deck. We are kind of playing all enchantments anyway, so that could be interesting. Then we would obviously want to go Fable too, but... Fable and Starfield of Nyx is kind of sweet. Get our doggo in there, yeah, Spirited Companion, I mean that's good with Starfield of Nyx as well. Daxos is kind of interesting. Probably not good, but does build our devotion pretty well. If we played enough enchantments, Invasion of Theros could be interesting. Although this only gets auras. I forgot about that it can't just tutor any enchantment. Less exciting. Skrelv's Hive could be interesting. Is it Dawn of Hope? That is an interesting card, I think. In the Trenches is interesting. This builds Devotion, Anthems us, and then... In the Trenches could actually be pretty sick if we went heavy tokens. You can only activate that 6-mana part of it once, which sucks. I wish you could just keep doing that, but that would probably be a broken card if you could, so... This card's actually kind of interesting. I just wish there were better things we could put in play that added to our devotion that our opponents can't interact with at all. Like, just like good playable double white enchantments or something, you know? Maybe there are some that I'm not thinking of. Huh. It's 3 mana. Probably just not good enough. What is this thing? This is kind of sick. 4 devotion, can't be interacted with because it's a non-creature. Creature tokens get +1/+1, and then whenever 1 or more non-tokens die, you get a flyer. Triggers only once each turn. Probably just not good enough. If we had like all token, but then it just doesn't trigger. Yeah, it's just such an awkward card. That's an interesting one though. It is a cool devotion enabler at least. Ruined Halo is interesting. The problem is it just doesn't do anything. I'm really not seeing anything here right now that's getting me any more excited to play this deck. Yeah, it's so annoying, man. It's just stupid. The best way to build it is probably Angels. Just play like mono white Angels with Kyla's Restoration, because then you like at least get to play the double white Angel. You have multiple double white 3-drops. But like, why? Well, the why is because I want a white deck that can cast Virtue of Loyalty. Is the why. We're trying to build around Virtue of Loyalty this week. And so I'm trying to figure out the best way to do that in a white devotion shell. We showed that it seemingly can work in green-white, but can it work in mono-white? So far, the answer has certainly been no, but yeah, I honestly cannot believe that Ruined Halo is the only double white enchantment that seems to exist in the format. Like, how are there not more double white cards? It's so crazy. Did I try it in Orzhov yet? I've not. We have not tried it in Orzhov yet. It's definitely something we could do. And we'll probably do at some point. I feel like it's a little out of place in that deck, but we'll still try it anyway. Like, seriously, the only playable double white enchantment for 2 mana is Ruined Halo. That's so stupid. How is there not another double white enchantment that exists? That's just so ridiculous to me. I certainly don't think we can just main deck 4 Ruined Halo. That seems not acceptable at all. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're right, Chainsaw. Maybe we just play Fable. Fable will definitely make our deck a lot better, obviously. And maybe we play the Owl. We could still, like, play Nykthos, too. Even if we're playing Fable. Don't know. I do not know. This is one I'll have to kind of think about. Deck building is for smart build people. Yeah, I mean, if we omit the Owls, like, in theory, this right here is a good start to a deck. Like, all of these cards are good. We just, from here, need to figure out more stuff that makes sense. And maybe it's just Fable. Like, if we play Fable, I need to get rid of all these restrictions on these. I'm just going to reset all filters. There we go. So we play Fable. You just fling cardboard. That's fail. That's fair. Kind of a 2-drop, obviously. We'd probably want to be 25 lands again, I think. So that would leave space for 4 more cards. We probably want to play Chain to the Rocks instead of Portable Hole, although Portable Hole definitely, like, has its merits. We could go 80 cards for Yorion. Yeah, I know it does. For what it's worth, you don't think I can play Chain? I don't know. I've been playing Chain to the Rocks. It's felt pretty good in decks very similar to this. We played Chain to the Rocks in those Questing Druid decks last week, and it seemed to work fine. Well, the mana is, yeah, I mean, the mana is obviously a lot different. You play 4 Sacred Foundry. Yeah, and then it gets obviously a little more tricky what we do after that. We'd maybe need to be a Fabled Passage deck at that point. Sundown Pass, 4 Foundry, just don't play Chain to the Rocks. I mean, I used to play Chain to the Rocks in this one, in this deck. Now, we played Fabled Passage here. We played some amount of Jetmir's Garden. And it worked fine enough in this deck. So maybe the secret is just, like, play Fabled Passage. We could also play Knight of the White Orchid. Knight of the White Orchid can go get Sacred Foundry. It was, yeah. I mean, we could do that too, right? We could do the things that this deck was doing in this other deck we're playing. Yeah, Knight is definitely a way to do it. Where in the world did the deck go that we were just looking at? Is it here under new deck? No. Where did the deck go? There it is, Mono White Virtue. All right. Yeah, Knight is a way to do it. That would build our devotion. If we still wanted to play Nykthos. The thing is, I don't know how much better Chain to the Rocks even really is than Portable Hole. Like, we would maybe want access to both. Like, I could actually just see not playing Ossification, but that's kind of a good one too, because it deals with walkers. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look at this off stream. I think I'm done for the stream today. I know this probably isn't the most thrilling stuff to watch, but all right, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and hit somebody up with a raid here. Catch you guys tomorrow. We'll probably be playing something that looks similar to this, but we'll see. All right, let's see what Rosemary's up to. All right, everybody, thanks for hanging out. And we'll see you tomorrow for some more Pioneer action. And we might try to do the standard prelim again tomorrow, too, see if it actually fires. But I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Take care.